Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Welcome back to day 2 of preparation of Functional and Individualized Education Plan IEP for students with special educational needs with our speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Hasnah Thoran. Hope everyone is doing well today. Dr. Hasnah, they are so excited. Some educators here have been waiting in the waiting room since 8 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
So looking forward to your
True
session.
educators,
Yeah.
showing up on time.
Doctor, you're okay today?
My children, two of
Mm.
my children are a little bit under the weather, so my mind is a little bit preoccupied with them, but they should be okay.
Mm.
My daughter, she couldn't sleep till 5 this morning because she was not feeling well. So I think we'll be ordering lunch in today.
Oh, okay. Hope everything is
Yes,
all
yes.
right for
I
you.
think that's the thing with being parents, right? Especially parents of special children. But inshallah, things will be okay. Whenever I have, because people often ask me, how do you do it,
Mm.
being a single mother and having two children with disabilities and working full time. Sometimes things can be overwhelming, but always remember to take a deep breath and take it easy. And most of the time, things work out okay.
Mm. My hats off to you, Dr. Hasna. Not hats, I'm wearing hijab. So hijab.
Your hijab. Oh,
Talk about hijab. Yesterday, I wanted to ask you, yesterday I saw you donning like blue hijab with some words written on it.
yeah.
Would you like to
Uh,
share what is it on? Yeah.
there's words about autism, and
Mm.
it's a hijab, a head covering for Muslims, and as well to advocate autism. And I didn't buy it. There's a mother who produced this kind of hijab, and she sent them to me as
Oh,
a gift.
that's
Yeah,
nice.
and usually when I do training, I like to wear them.
Hmm. Yeah, that hijab, I guess it speaks volume and it's good to represent, to raise awareness as well.
Right.
Looking
One of the t-shirts
beautiful.
that I have, at the back, there's a QR code. That's a question. Do you want to know more about autism? Scan
Oh,
me. So
wow.
when people scan my t-shirt, they get to one of the center's website on autism,
Mm.
Genius Kurnia. So that's interesting. Yeah, the
Talk
things.
about
a-
innovation.
And again, it's a parents' initiative.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah. So apart from teachers, we can see that parents and teachers need to, work hand in hand for the community with
Right.
special needs. So talk about innovation, right? The QR code is it's a great innovation. And we'll be having a webinar this coming Saturday on innovation entitled Innovate to Elevate. I'll share more details later.
Oh, wow. There's a
Yeah.
webinar on
It's a
Saturday.
webinar. Yes, this
Oh,
coming
I didn't know
Saturday.
it.
And another webinar in June about parents collaboration. And the title is Superheroes United because we believe that parents and teachers, they are the true superheroes for the special educational needs community. Yeah. So, okay, Doctor, dah lama
We
kita
all we are
cakap-cakap
already
ni.
online.
We're already online, so I would like to hand over the floor to Doctor. All the best, and to all educators, happy learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Suhaila. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Thank you. We made it to day 2. Let's pray that we make it to day 3. I am a little bit preoccupied because of my children, but inshallah, things will be okay. We'll take it easy. If my children is not feeling well, then I'll take, maybe take 5 and see what they're up to. Just to update you about my children, I have 3 children and 2 of them are special. My firstborn, Muhammad, is 27 and he has severe autism. And my youngest, Abdullah, he's 16 and he also have autism, and he has a milder form of autism, and he's such a great help around the house. He takes care of the dishes, he takes care of vacuuming the floor, he takes out the trash, and he's a big help. and the sad thing about what's happening to my children is that the pandemic COVID has impacted us negatively, because we have been staying indoors for 2 years. During the first year, my children, especially our concern is Muhammad, the one with severe autism, he was doing okay. But towards this, after a year and a half, he began to get restless, being cooped up, and our house is small. So inshallah, by July, I'm going to start a new center, because it's 27. I'm going to start a new center, and we are going to have urban farming. So Muhammad, who is 27, will be doing urban farming, and we are going to have a fertigation method of farming. We're going to have hydroponic sets, and we're going to fertigate mushrooms. So hopefully, with him being outdoor, his behavior will get better. Let me share something. One of my frustration with our society, I'm not sure about other countries in ASEAN, but in Malaysia, they have a huge misunderstanding about autism, in the sense that they think that one of the major symptoms of autism, one of the major characteristics of autism is bad behavior, negative behavior. And they say that, oh, if an individual has autism, then that person must have bad behavior. If you look at the literature on diagnosing autism, and our major reference is the DSM-5. DSM-5 is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5.0. And it is produced by APA, American Psychological Association. If you look at that manual, it says that major impairments of autism is number one, impairment in social interaction, and impairment in social communication, social interaction, social communication. And there's a huge tendency for them to be, oh, that word lost me, like persistent about something. If they talk about Spider-Man, like currently Abdullah talks non-stop about Spider-Man, the tree Spider-Man, or if they think about something, they keep thinking about it non-stop. And if they do something, they want to keep doing it over and over again. So in the DSM-5, there's no mention that temper tantrum, meltdown is a symptom of autism, it's a character of autism. So what happened is that when children with autism do not receive early intervention, and you can see their characteristic of autism as young as 2 years old, 18 months old, and they do not get intervention, they start developing behaviors. And usually the behaviors will go downhill if parents are not trained how to handle the children's behavior. So I always say that bad behavior of children with autism is not part of their autism, but it's a sign of poor parenting. And when I say poor parenting, I'm not pointing fingers to parents, but I'm just trying to remind everybody that parents are not born with information and skills to take care of children with autism. They need training, they need education. So that's my pet peeve about autism. Right. So today I would like to respond.
Mr.
Yep, pardon?
Mr. Rusnedi, can you share the agenda? Dr. Hassan, you would like to show the agenda, right? For today?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Hold on, Mr. Rusnedi. All right. Okay, so here's the agenda for today. Because I saw you were...
Right.
Yeah.
So today we'll be focusing on the assessment, and we'll be looking at how to write a student's current report. And at 2, if we still have things that I need to share, maybe I'll take 15-20 minutes, but I hope that by 2 you can get into your groups. And I'm thinking whether SEAMEO SEN can have smaller groups, because yesterday for the Malaysian team we only have 2 groups, which is primary education and secondary education. So maybe today we can have Malaysia primary education group 1 to 3, and secondary education group 1 to 3. Is that possible, Suhaila? Because yesterday I think the group was too big, and when I went into the breakout room, some people were actively discussing, but some were really remained very, very quiet.
Oh yeah, we have 6 breakout rooms.
Can we have more than that?
Yeah, sure. For Malaysia, we'll divide into more, if that.
Yeah, for Malaysia, maybe we can have primary education group 1, group 2, group 3, and then secondary education group 1, group 2, group 3.
Okay.
Because when the group is too big, a huge number of people will just stay quiet. So like for the Indonesian team, I heard that there was a really robust discussion. And I think Brunei too, even though Brunei didn't present yesterday, but I think they had good discussions. Okay, and for slot 5, which is writing students report, last night I was beginning to translate some of my materials, and I was thinking like, I'm not going to show everybody an IEP that has been filled in with the students' report on current performance, but instead what we will do is that we will do it live. We will do it together. We will do it together. We will have results from the assessment, and then we will fill out the form together. I think that might show everybody how easy it is to fill up the IEP form, because I still hear that some schools need to take 3 months in order to get the IEP forms, documents ready, and that is Malaysia. I have not heard the same thing about other countries. Okay, everybody, so let's take it easy.
Right, thank you, Mr. Rusnedi, for sharing.
And I think that we'll take questions. We'll take questions via chat, not verbal question, yeah, Madam Sahila. Right, let's start with my first slide. Right, let's see. Programmatic assessment. Okay. Oopsie. Right. Here we go. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you everybody for turning up, but I saw that the number is not 159. Just now when I checked the number, it was 135, and I thought that we are having a big number of dropouts, but 159 is good. That means we're short of less than 10. I think people will be dropping in this morning. So we are going to talk about programmatic assessment, and I find that some teachers skip the assessment part. And then when they skip the assessment part, they complain that they don't know how to fill up the IEP form. So if you don't know how to fill up the IEP form, ask yourself, have you done the assessment on your students? And I think one of the main reasons why teachers skip the assessment is because they think that, too much paperwork, we have lots of things that we need to do. But do take time to do the assessment. And I think coming up with an assessment tool is quite challenging to some teachers. Perhaps later we can ask the team from the Philippines to share the assessment tool, because yesterday they told me that they have a rather standardized assessment tool, if I'm not mistaken. And before we continue, I think one of the reason, and I'm talking about Malaysia here, one of the reason why teachers find preparing IEP documents difficult. Now, let me share with you. When the director of SEAMEO SEN, Dr. Hanani, asked me whether I would be free to have this 3-day workshop, and she said that we did a survey. Dr. Hanani told me, the director told me, that SEAMEO SEN did a survey among Malaysian teachers, asking them if SEAMEO SEN were to have an online workshop, what topic or topics would you be most interested in? And she said that more than 90% of the respondents answered the IEP. So Dr. Hanani said that there's a big demand for training on the IEP. And she said, Dr. Hasna, would you be free to do it? I said, sure, fine. And I'm more excited to do it because Dr. Hanani, the director, told me that there will be participants from other countries as well. And I think this is an opportunity for me to learn as well. And I found that our discussion during the third slot yesterday was so interesting, and really broaden my mind and understand the scenario in those countries who shared better, right? So let me take a few moments to make some comments, to share my opinions about the scenario in Malaysia, why teachers feel that they have difficulties in preparing the IEP. I hope Malaysian teachers, you will not take this in a negative way. Yeah, as a trainer, I think I need to be honest. I need to be frank, because if we don't identify the weaknesses in how we do things, then we will not be able to improve. Okay, so number one of the major weakness is that I think, and we can do a survey here. Maybe we can ask Ashraf to do a quick, survey. No, I'm just joking. Suhaila will take what I say seriously. But, if we have a quick online survey, I bet all the teachers who are participants in this workshop will say that we'll have the same answer to this question. And the question is, do you have IEP teams in your school? Do you have IEP teams in your special education units in your school? Okay, so let's teachers, can you give me quick answers, Malaysian teachers? Answer yes or no. Teacher Zuhaida, yes means you have team, or okay, hang on a sec. If you do have an IEP team in the school, answer yes. If you don't have a team, answer no. Right. So it's not yes all the way. You see quite a number of no's. Okay, right. I'm glad. I thought that I will see a string of no, but we have yes. Okay, fine. My second question is, do you write the IEP in a team, or do you write individually? So answer in a team or individually. The writing part, the preparation part, individually or in a team? Right. Okay. I'm glad to see that some of the teachers are answering in a team, but we have a meeting first, then we write it individually. I'm glad that there are some teachers who answer team, but for those of you who say individually, I am worried about that, because in Malaysia, we have different teachers teaching different subjects. And I don't think it is a good idea for just one teacher to write the IEP learning objectives and such, because okay, teacher Munira said do discussion in a team and write individually. Okay, fine. Okay, my next question is teachers in Malaysia, yeah, and other teachers from other countries, don't feel left out. This is a good discussion. This is a good discussion. Perhaps you can draw parallels to what is happening in the country. So, teachers in Malaysia, I wish that everybody would answer yes. We have a team. I hope that maybe in a few years time we will not see a Malaysian special education teachers saying that no, we don't have IEP teams. All special education units need to have IEP teams. And then number two, I would prefer that if you write in a team, not just one teacher deciding what are the learning objectives, but all teachers, take just 15 minutes and throw the learning objectives together. Okay, right. For my next question for special education teachers in Malaysia, don't write the answers yet. I will give you the choice of answers, then you write. Okay, when you write your IEP document, do you just focus on one subject, or do you focus on a child in a holistic manner? So the answer is single subject or holistically. The question is, when you write your IEP document, do you write your IEP for just one single subject or holistic manner? So let's have a look. Holistic means you look at behavior, you look at communication, you look at social emotional skills. Right. Okay. Yesterday, the example from our teacher, what's the teacher's name? Amira, if I'm not mistaken, it was just one subject. So that was quite worrying. We write it based on subject. That's one. Right. Okay, my next question, and I promise you this will be the last focus on for a subject. Teacher Asus, just on one subject. We prefer wait for some teachers to do by subject. Okay, right. There was an interesting question answer just now. Let me try and find it. Yeah, there was an interesting answer. We write it based on subject, and then okay, answer by teacher Agnes. We choose one of their main issue: behavior, emotion, social. So teacher Agnes, does that mean that the student will only have one learning objective? My question is to teacher Agnes, because teacher Agnes, Si Su Ing wrote that we choose one of their main issue, for example, behavior, emotion, or social. So my question to teacher Agnes is that, do you only have one learning objective for each child? Let's see. Only one. And for everybody's knowledge, I would prefer that a child to have a minimum of 6. Yes, only one. Teacher Nick, you Sanida, only one learning objective. If you have only, I'm not highlighting your mistakes, but the way we discuss via online is not that ideal. So please don't feel that I'm criticizing you. But what I'm saying is that you cannot have just one learning objective. You need to have more. If you ask me how many more, it depends on the assessment that you do. Okay, thank you all Malaysian special educators. I'm getting a better picture based on issues that we want to solve first. Okay, right. Hopefully with today's discussion on assessment, then yeah, I think Teacher Nick Yusanida, the issue of choosing the dominant issue is something that we need to discuss today. because for the second slot today, which is slot 5, we are going to talk about choosing the learning objectives. Okay, we'll have a discussion because we are going to fill in the IEP form together today, and I will talk through why we make some of the decision. So thank you very much, Malaysian special educators, and and um, and I hope teachers from other countries are able to follow our discussion, highlighting some of the issues. Okay, right. A general knowledge about assessment. There are various types and forms of assessment. You have summative assessment, you have formative assessment, you have behavioral assessment, you have assessment on certain domains. But generally, when we talk about children with special needs, we have two main types of assessment. One is diagnostic and the other is programmatic. I'm sorry, I translated everything, but I did not translate the word programmatic. Now, that spelling is the Malaysian spelling. Okay, sorry for that. So we have the diagnostic assessment. It's done by medical specialists and psychologists. It's done by pediatrician, developmental pediatrician, done by psychiatrists and psychologists. And for diagnostic assessment, they use standardized instrument. And to use standardized instrument, you need to be very well trained. Mostly teachers, I don't know of any teachers who are trained to use the standardized instrument. And training for standardized instrument is very expensive. Sometimes it will take thousands of ringgit just to do a training on how to use standardized instrument. Okay. Right. 1 second, please. I forgot to mute my phone. Right. Okay. So the type of assessment that teachers do is what we call the programmatic assessment, and it's done by teachers, therapists, and interventionists. And programmatic assessment does not use standardized instrument, but instead we use curriculum-based assessment instruments. Okay, curriculum-based means whatever that you want to teach, you take those items, and those items are the one in your curriculum-based assessment. Okay, I'm not going too deep into that, just a basic information of the difference between diagnostic and programmatic assessment. And bear in mind that only highly trained personnel can do diagnostic assessment. So do you think that we need to have some teachers trained to do diagnostic assessment? My answer is no. Just like yesterday, there was a suggestion by one of the teacher, interesting suggestion. I can't remember the teacher's name, but a teacher from Malaysia suggested that perhaps teachers should be trained to do what occupational therapists do. Teachers are given scholarships to further their studies in occupational therapy. And I disagree with that, because occupational therapy look at special needs from a medical point of view, and we teachers, we need to look at our students from an educational point of view. So we don't need to have teachers who can diagnose, because when you do a diagnostic assessment, you produce diagnosis. But when you do programmatic assessment, you are investigating students' functioning, their level of functioning. What can they do? What can they not do? So you might not get the diagnosis, but you totally understand how children function. And a very simple example. 1 second, yeah. It's raining quite hard outside, Suhaila. Is my audio okay?
Yeah, you sound clear, very clear.
Yeah, it's raining quite hard.
Oh,
Let me shut my window, yeah, so
yeah,
that I
sure.
can lower down the noise.
Okay, Prof. Yeah. But just to let you know, we can hear you very clearly.
Okay, I'm
So,
back.
yeah,
Yes,
just to remind you that you have 1 hour from now before we go for the break, for the morning break.
right.
Right. Thank
So move
you.
on, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No
Uh,
problem.
I left my window open so that I can get some fresh air, but it's really a heavy rain outside. So it's okay if you cannot produce diagnosis, but what teachers need to do is you need to really understand the functioning of the children. How do these students function in the classroom? How do these students function socially? How do these students mm, operate in the classroom? So understand that we teachers, we do not focus on diagnosis. It's good to know children's diagnosis because it could help you, if you understand that a children has dyslexia, or a children has intellectual disability. For example, you have one child who's 9 years old and who is not able to read, and if you know that his diagnosis is dyslexia, then you understand, oh, intellectually he's okay, but he's having dyslexia. But if a child cannot read due to intellectual disability, then your methods of teaching would be different. Teaching a child who has dyslexia but typical level of cognitive functioning versus teaching students with intellectual disability, you need to use totally different teaching strategy. Okay, so it's good if you know the diagnosis. I don't know about other countries, but in Malaysia, getting a diagnosis is still a problem. I'm not sure how it is in Indonesia. Yesterday, I spoke to the team from the Philippines, and it seems that students in the special education do get comprehensive assessment done by the medical team, But if you come from a country whereby it's difficult for your students to get diagnosis, I'm not saying that it's okay, but what I'm saying is that you can still do a good job teaching them if you know how to understand their functioning, and we understand their functioning through programmatic assessment. Through programmatic assessment, we will be able to understand students functioning. I'll give you examples. Okay, right. So need to understand that we need to focus on students functioning. Yeah, right. Okay, my slide is wonky. Let me try again. Yeah, my slide is wonky. Let me see. Bismillah. Okay, so just to remind you about the special education system flowchart, we do assessment, and from the information that we get from the assessment, we write the individual education plan. We have the meeting, gets parent signature, and then we teach. And as we teach, we monitor students' progress. When we monitor students' progress, then we get information whether students are learning or not. If they are not learning, what are the modifications that we need to do to our teaching? Maybe bring in different teaching materials, maybe changing the content altogether. And at the end of the 6 months time, we need to do evaluation. Okay, right. I think we've gone through this yesterday. We do programmatic assessment to gather information about our student, to identify his strengths and needs, and to identify his long-term and short-term goals, to write the IEP, to plan the teaching and learning session, and to identify effective teaching strategies. Now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 points there. Okay, we have 6 points there. Let me ask you a question to gauge, to measure whether you understand or not. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 points there. Which of the 6 points we do not use for IEP writing? Okay, we have point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which of these points we do not use for IEP writing? You want to answer through your chat? Do you understand my question? 5 and 6. Oh, very good, Teacher Farida. There, 5 and 6. Yes, 5 and 6. Okay, teacher Farida gets a gift from Madam Suhaila. Not me, but from Madam Suhaila. Yes, 5 and 6. Because in an IEP, we do not have to write the plan of our teaching and learning session. In our IEP, we just need to write students' current level of performance and what are the long-term goals and the short-term goals and how to measure them. Okay, but in an IEP, we do not write information on how to teach. And we do not have to write about effective teaching strategies in the IEP. Planning teaching and learning session and identifying effective teaching strategies should be in the daily lesson plan, or in Malaysia we call Rancangan Pendidikan Harian, RPH. Must be in the daily lesson plan. And that is, I think, Brunei, let me be honest with you, Team Brunei, when I saw your IEP document yesterday, one major correction that needs to be done is taking out the how to teach aspect from the IEP. But what's important is the long-term goal, the short-term goal, and how to measure. Measurement is very important. Measuring whether student has achieved the long-term goal and the short-term goal is very important. Why is it important? Why is measuring students' progress important, and why do we need to have it in the IEP? Anybody care to answer? Why is measuring important? I'm looking at your answers. Why is measuring students' progress important in the IEP? The element of measuring. Anybody wants to answer? No answer? Hello, I think there's 100.
There's already an answer there.
Really? How come I can't read it?
To
Oh yeah,
identify
that is.
whether the
Oh,
students meet
there's
the
a
goal.
there's a lag thing. To identify whether the students meet the goal. Yes. To monitor progress. Yes. Because if you don't measure, how do you know that what you're teaching is effective? If you don't have any measurement, then what happens is that you can see that, oh, I teach the child every day. I teach the child every day. You can't you say to your headmaster, you cannot blame me. I'm doing my best. You know, I teach every day. But you don't measure, so you don't know whether your teaching is effective or not. And there are some teachers who enters a special education classroom, and I've seen this. They enter a special education classroom and they teach using the chalk and talk method, just like they are teaching mainstream students in their classroom. Must remember, we are special educators. We are not just educators. We are special educators. When there is the word special, that means the way you teach must be different. And I still see, I'm not sure about other countries, but in Malaysia, quite a number of special educators teach just like they are teaching typical students. They don't use visual strategies. They don't use reinforcement. You know, they just stand there and talk and write something on the board and keep on talking. So you cannot say that I've taught the children. No, you need to prove. You need to prove the effectiveness of your teaching. You need to prove that students are progressing. That is why you need to check in your IEP. Do you have a way of measuring students' progress? If in your IEP document you do not have the means to measure students' progress, then you have to improve. You have to improve your IEP document. Okay, right. Oh, from time to time, I'm sorry, I have no idea. Oh, there you go. Okay, programmatic assessment. And the first question that we're going to talk about is, what do we assess? And we have discussed this yesterday. What do we assess? We assess learning readiness, domains of development, involvement in routines and daily activities, pre-academic skills, academic skills, vocational skills, job transition. Do we need, and this list is quite similar to the list that I spoke about yesterday. There's only one addition. That is involvement in routines and daily activities. I'm going to talk about that, yeah? One addition. But let me ask you a question. My question is, when preparing our assessment instrument, do we need to assess everything on this list? Yes or no? When we prepare our assessment instrument, our assessment tool, do we need to include everything in this list in the instrument? Let me see the answer. No. Very good. Alhamdulillah. Praise to Allah. Yes. Oh, the answer is no. You do not need to include all. It depends on, number one, the chronological age of your students. Number one, chronological age. For example, if you are teaching 7 to 8-year-old students with disabilities, 7 to 8, mostly elementary students or primary school students, then you do not need to include vocational skills and job transition. Okay. If you are teaching secondary school students or high school students, if they are 15, 16, 17, 18, then you need to start including items regarding vocational skills. Okay, because you are preparing them for future career. Okay, from the age of 15, 16, 17, 18, you need to have items from the vocational skills list. And then when your students are especially 17, 18, 19, you need to start planning for job transition. And therefore, in your assessment tool, you need to have items regarding job transition. Now, is this clear? So, number one, you when choosing what items, what construct to add into your assessment tool, number one, you look at the chronological age. Number two, first chronological age. Let me translate this to Malay, ya. Chronological age itu maksudnya usia anak itu, umur anak itu. Adakah anak itu berusia 6 tahun, 7 tahun, 8 tahun, 9 tahun? Itu kita panggil chronological age. Okay, chronological age is measured based on when they were born. Okay, now the second thing that we need to take into consideration when we build our assessment instrument is, the second one is the student's level of development. For example, if you have a student who is 14 years old, let's say, if you have a student who is 16 years old. Now, the boy is 16, but he is still wearing diapers. He still doesn't know how to go to the bathroom. Quite rare, but you still find those kind of students. 16, still wearing diapers, non-verbal, very aggressive, tend to act aggressively toward others, unable to follow instruction. Now, the boy might be 16 And at the age of 16, you need to focus on vocational skills. You need to focus on job transition, especially if if the boy is not able to go to university. But at the age of 16, the boy's level of functioning is just like children who are below 7. So you enter the classroom, you see this boy, very low functioning, very low level of functioning, and you look at him and you don't think that he's ready for vocational skills or job transition. You need to work at least on the 6 learning readiness: toilet training, behavior, compliance, able to complete tasks, able to join activities in a small group, and also basic communication. Even though the child is 16, we thought that we only need to focus on the learning readiness skills for children 9 years and below. But there will be children, either they have not received good early intervention before, or perhaps they have been, they have gone for early intervention, but the program was not good. You don't know why they have not progressed. So clear, everybody? So first we look at the chronological age. Secondly, we look at students' level of functioning. Okay, I am going to skip. I'm going to skip. Let's see. Maybe I can close your eyes because I'm going to skip a few slides. Oh, I don't know, Suhaila. My slides are misbehaving today. I keep having to stop sharing and sharing again. I don't know for what reason. Let's see. Yep. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. I want to show everybody my last slide. I thought that I would show it as my last slide, but I think this is a good time for us to be discussing about this. Oh, it's not working, Suhaila. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Let's try again, yeah. I'll try to do slideshow. If it's not working, then I'll stick to this. Let's see if we can do it. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. No, it's not working. So I'll not use a slide share, yeah? Slide share doesn't seem to work. I don't understand why. Let's try again. This is the slide that I want to show. I won't use a slide share, but are you all able to read my slide? Boleh, Suhaila?
Boleh. We can see your slide.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So first we need to look at a child's chronological age, and then we need to look at a child's level of functioning. And with these two information, especially if they are in the secondary school, in the high school, when children are in the elementary school or in the primary school, then you can still focus on learning readiness, pre-academic, academic, looking at reading, arithmetics and writing, and making sure that their social skills are improving, their behavior are improving. But once children go to high school, especially from the age of 16, at the age of 16, you need to make a decision whether the child will take the academic path, which will lead them to university, college, or mainstream vocational institutes, or they will take the vocational path, leading them to special vocational institutes or job coach programs. Okay? If, let's say, you have a boy who is 16, and this boy has been to schools since the age of 7, and the boy is still not able to read at the age of 16. Well, if you want to investigate, you can investigate. Perhaps, the teachers that he has had before were not really good teachers, but the past is the past. But currently, at the age of 16, the boy is not able to read, not able to write at the age of 16, and we need to make a decision whether the boy will take the academic path, sitting for all the public exams or the academic path or the vocational path. So for a boy who is 16 and who's not able to read, the answer is, would you like to answer academic path or vocational? Teachers, can you answer? Academic or vocational? Yep, vocational. The answer is vocational at the age of 16. There's no way at the age of 16 you can help him to catch up and be able to sit for the public exam, get good results, and go to college or university. So you make your decision at the age of 16. And at the age of 16, you will start planning for vocational skills. In Malaysia, most schools have choices whether they want to go into culinary, teaching the students to cook, or whether they want to go into agriculture, or whether they want to go into, tailoring, sewing, so on. Okay. And at the age of 16, at the beginning of the year, when you write the IEP meeting, you need to explain to the parents that this boy will be focusing on vocational. Now, if you look at the literature in special education, the decision whether a student will take the academic path or the vocational path is made when the child is 16. But my opinion is, if the child is really low functioning, you can make the decision when the child is 14 or 15. And even though the international literature review says 16 is the age you make that decision, academic or vocational, I think if the student is too low functioning and you want to start vocational training from the age of 14 or 15, not 13 though, not 13, because let me explain. In Malaysia, 13 is the first year students go to secondary school. And I believe that at the age of 13, they go to a new school, they meet new teachers, and for the teachers too, it's the first time they meet the students. That I believe that you need to give the child at least 1 year. Then after a year, if you find that the child has really low functioning, then at the age of 14, you can make that decision that the child will take the vocational pathway. And when you have made that decision during the IEP meeting, doesn't matter whether you make that decision at the age of 14 or 16, but during the IEP meeting, you need to have this conversation with parents, whereby you say that, you explain. You can use this slide and say that, students in school, they have various post-high school options, whether they go to university, colleges, or mainstream vocational training, or they go to special vocational training institutes, or they go for job coach programs. And you say that I believe that the best option for a child is to start learning vocational skills, and we can at least try to target for the child to be able to enter special vocational training centers. And you know what, from my experience, when you talk to parents, it's very rare at the age of secondary school age. It's very rare for you to find parents who would disagree with teachers. If their children at the age of 14, 15, they're not able to read, it only makes common sense for the children to take the vocational pathway. Any question about that? About the options? Questions via chat box, please. Let's stop for a few moments and see if there are questions in the chat box.
So far, no questions yet, Prof.
Yeah. I find that the chat box lacks a bit. No question. It's very clear, right? So it's very clear. Yeah. international literature says make the decision at the age of 16, but my opinion is if the child is too low functioning, you can make the decision at 14 or 15, but not 13 in Malaysia, because 13 is the first year in secondary school. Give the child 1 year to show what they are able to do. Okay, right. So any questions about this slide, about post high school option? Suhaila, I saw you raising your hand. No question, yeah?
Oh, no. I was talking there. Sorry,
Right.
Prof.
Okay. So no questions. We'll go back to. I will not use the. I will not use the slideshow. It doesn't seem to be. So what to assess learning readiness, domains of oh wow, not working, domains of development, and both we have discussed yesterday. So I don't think you have any questions. If you have any questions about that, just feel free to ask, but I'll move along. And I want to focus a little bit on this slide, which is involvement in routines and daily activities. Why do I think that we need to have some of these constructs in our assessment instrument? Yeah, because sometimes for the routines and the daily activities that students carry out in school, if they are not able to carry out the routines and if they are not able to carry out daily activities, then our teaching and learning process will not be smooth. No, will not be smooth. So, for example, these are some of the routines and some of the daily activities that our students carry out in school. Arrival in school, going home, learning in the classroom, going to the toilet, eating in the canteen, attending the assembly, going to the fields or the hall for physical education, playing and interacting with friends. Sorry, typo there. Playing and interacting with friends. And if you feel that you're teaching secondary school, you want to add activities in the cooking lab or activities in the farm, feel free to add on. But I would like all of us to pay attention to this list, because why? Sometimes you see some classes are rather chaotic because children are not able to carry out the routines and daily activities. They don't have the skill to carry out the routines and the daily activities, and teachers are not aware of this, and teachers keep on teaching without taking time to teach the students some of these skills. I want to get you to think about that. Okay, I'm giving you an example. This is the example. For example, if you say learning in the classroom, what are the skills that students need to have in order to learn smoothly in the classroom, for the lessons to run well? Number one, students need to be able to sit at their own desk. You might have students with ADHD who are not able to sit at their own desk, and they'll be wandering around the classroom. And I've spoken to teachers, and they say that, doctor, this child has ADHD. It's part of who he is, and there's no way we can get them to sit at the desk because he has ADHD, and that is wrong. He has ADHD. You have to help him how to overcome sitting at his own desk. Now, let me ask you. We're going to go through this list, but let me ask you at this moment, do you want me to share the teaching strategies on how to get a child with ADHD to sit at own desk? Do you need to know how to teach that? Because this workshop is not on teaching strategies, it's on writing IEP document. But I'm I wonder if you want me to share on how to teach. Yes, please, doctor. Okay. There's a lot of yeses there. Okay, right. So what you need to do is you need to have a data collection sheet. You need to have a piece of paper where you collect data. And when you enter the classroom, when you are teaching the classroom, when you are explaining, when you are talking, communicating, giving instruction, when you are the one who's talking, is the child able to sit at the desk? You need to collect data. When I'm talking, when I'm teaching, when I'm at the front of the classroom, can he sit or not? If you tell him, okay, Aiman, sit down, he sit down, you need to check how long he can sit down. Just have a look at your watch quickly. He sits down, and then you keep on with your instruction. And when the moment he gets up, look at your watch again and make a mental note. He is able to sit down for only 2 minutes. Or you have your teacher's book, your teacher's daily lesson plan book open, and you just scribble there 2 minutes. And then allow him to walk, because children with ADHD, they need to move, just like we need to breathe. If our boss say to us, Hasna, stop breathing, I cannot stop breathing. I need to breathe. The same thing applies to students with ADHD. They have a need to move. So let him move around for 5 minutes or so as you teach. And then, after he has walked around for 5 minutes, give him another instruction. Aiman, please sit down. And if he doesn't sit down, then that is an issue of compliance. In compliance, you have a slightly different teaching strategy. So if you ask him, Aiman, sit down, the moment he sit down, you check your watch, and then you carry on with your teaching. If he gets up, then you write how long he can sit down. So what you're doing here is you're trying to get a baseline data on how long he can sit down when you're giving instruction. And then the same thing, you give him a task that he needs to complete, and check how long can he sit down to complete his task. So you need to collect two data: how long he can sit down when you're teaching, and number two, how long he can sit down when you are asking him to complete his task. But teachers, if you have children who need to move, who can't sit still, my advice to you is to include kinesthetic elements in your teaching strategy. For example, if you want them to learn how to count numbers 1 to 10, what you need to do is just tell them, okay, everybody stand up, let's count. And then you do jumping jacks. 1, 2, 3. You want them to count, but you can inject elements of kinesthetic learning. Or if you want to count, clear the table, draw some numbers on the floor. Maybe draw number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 with a chalk, and you can circle the numbers, and you can ask them to count and jump on the numbers. Take turns, okay? Okay, as they count, they need to jump on number 1. As they count, as they say number 2, they need to jump on circle number 2. So, and it continues. So if you have children who are not able to sit still for a long time, you need to change the way you teach. You need to insert elements of movement in your teaching. Okay, that is one teaching strategy. And you measure and says that he is only able to sit for 2 minutes when teachers are giving instruction, and 2 minutes when he is at the desk. And you also need to check, does he have a low level of cognitive skills, or quite typical level? If it is typical level, not so bright, but he can understand, he can follow instruction, then what you can do is to have just a blank piece of paper. I'm totally gone. Okay, let me see. Okay, just a blank piece of paper, and print out task 1. Just write out task 1, task 2, task 3, and teach him that as he does task number 1, Then he can strike off number 1 on the piece of sheet. As he finished task number 2, he can strike out number 2 on the paper, and as he completes task number 3, he can strike out task number 3. And this is what what is known as a self-checking checklist. Self-checking checklist. It's a checklist for them to be aware of the number of tasks that they need to complete and the number of tasks that they are progressing to complete. Okay, if you find that the child that you're teaching is not able to write well, then find a piece of cardboard and use Velcro and use buttons with numbers. The moment they finish task number 1, they pull out button number 1. The moment they finish task number 2, they pull out button number 2. The moment they finish task number 3, they pull out button number 3. And at the end of the self-checking checklist, there's a picture of their reinforcement. Maybe a picture of a trampoline, maybe a picture of a ball that they can bounce around, or maybe there's a picture of a puzzle, something as a reward. So this is one of the methods that I'm sharing with you too. One is to make sure that you teach with elements of movement in your lesson. And number 2, a self-checking checklist. And you, if the child has chronic issues of not being able to sit at his own desk, then you have to write it as a learning goal, a long-term learning goal. So what you should write is, by June 2022, Aiman will be able to sit at his desk and complete his task for 10 minutes. For 10 minutes. So in 6 months, your target is for him to be able to complete his task for 6 minutes. So you break down to 3 short-term goals. So baseline, he can sit for 2 minutes. So for March, he's able to sit for 3 minutes. April, he's able to sit for 5 minutes. May, 7 minutes. Then June, 10 minutes. Because you know what? You need to make sure that he learns to sit and complete his task. If you just let it go on and on and on, he will graduate from high school without the ability to complete his task. And you might think that it is difficult, but you know, 10 minutes in 6 months. 10 minutes in 6 months. So what you can do is, every time you come into the classroom, remind yourself, oh, this week I need to get Aiman to sit down for 3 minutes. I need to find suitable tasks for him to complete. Maybe for a boy who needs to move so much, writing would be too difficult. So find manipulatives. If it is maths, then find buttons for him to count, find stickers for him to stick. Let's say you have simple maths where he's learning how to do single digit additions. 5 plus 6, 3 plus 2, 6 plus 3, you know. So what you can do is that you have a piece of paper with boxes, and in the boxes you write 6 and 3. But what he needs to do is, in the box of 6, he needs to take stickers, small round stickers. He needs to take small round stickers, and he needs to stick 6 stickers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 round stickers in the box. And then plus 3 in the next box. He needs to stick 1, 2, 3. And then he will take his pencil. And then I think maybe Suhaila, you need to Suhaila has already muted her microphone. And then to count the total, use her pencil and strike off the stickers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So making sure that the task that he has to complete includes movement of peeling off the stickers and putting the stickers in the boxes. or the movement of taking buttons and putting buttons in bowls or in glasses, you know. So you need to incorporate elements of movement. And apart from this, you need to make sure that the child has an opportunity to move. I forgot to prepare the video. What I will do is during our 15 minutes break, I will show you videos of schools in the United Kingdom. Every day, what they do is children will take 15 minutes to just run around the field. And teachers say that getting the children outdoors, even though during cold weather, get them to walk or run with friends, it helps them with their focus. And if you look at scientific research papers, it has shown that there is one research paper with a title, "Exercise is the medicine of ADHD." That is a very strong statement. For this group of researchers, they have done MRI, they scan the brain, and they have two groups of children with ADHD. And one group, the experimental group, they get them to do rigorous exercise. And for the control group, they did not do any exercise. And then after a period of time, they scanned the brain, and it was shown that the form of the brain has changed for those who have done exercise. So teachers, even though, I'm not sure about other countries, but in Malaysia, we have directives from the ministry saying that, oh, you need to have how many hours for Bahasa Melayu, Malay language. You need certain hours for English. You have certain hours for maths, But I think as special educators, we have been given the green light to adjust our timetable accordingly. My advice is that if you teach special education, take the first period to get everybody in the special education unit, the students, to have exercise at least 15 minutes. Get them to run, get them to walk around the field or the compound. You will find that if you do this daily, the hyperactivity, the children fidgeting will come down. Okay, now I've spoken too long about the strategy, but teachers, for whatever challenging behaviors, challenging issues that our students have, there are strategies to overcome them. Okay, if you think that you don't have the knowledge, then you need to go for training. Okay, so let's go back to our slide. The task analysis for learning in the classroom is that students should be able to sit at their own desk, focus on the teacher, focus on task, focus on the whiteboard, follow teacher's instruction, complete tasks, and do not disturb their friends. Okay, when you go into the classroom, before you write your IEP, documents, observe your students in the classroom and check whether they can do all these tasks. If you identify, that you're teaching 8 students in the classroom and 3 are not able to sit and focus at all, then those 3 will need this item, sitting at their desk and completing their task, as their long-term learning objective. Okay. And then when you have that in the IEP document, you need to call all the teachers teaching. You're the classroom teacher. You need to call all the English, math, science teachers and say that for this child, for his inability to sit at his desk, this is our strategy. Making sure there's elements of movement in our lesson plan, making sure that the child has time to exercise during the first period, making sure that we use manipulatives rather than just paper and pencil for their tasks, making sure that everybody, all the teachers teaching your class, know the teaching strategy. Because even though you are the classroom teacher, you might enter the class once a day for a period or two, and that's not enough to modify the students' behavior. You need to get everybody to do the same behavioral intervention. Okay, any question about this slide? Do we have any question?
There's no questions in the chat box, Prof.
Okay,
But
right.
I would like to remind you that you have 15 more minutes before we go for a short break.
We get, I have how many more minutes?
15.
Oh, 15. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'll be able to finish.
All right, thank you.
Suhaila is very strict today. I need that. I need that actually, because I'm really bad at time management when I lecture. I tend to go, I think Suhaila knows me now, I tend to, go with my stories and all that. Okay, we have 15 more minutes. I think we can finish this. Right. Let me move to the next slide. So pre-academic skills, matching. When we say matching, you start with matching objects, matching pictures, matching object to pictures. When you have classifying, you have classifying objects, you have classifying pictures, you have classifying picture to objects. And then pre-reading. Pre-reading includes storytelling, include role-playing. You have a story. For example, if you are doing the hungry caterpillar, I'm sorry everybody, my example is mainly for the young children because that's my area of expertise, right? So if you are reading the storybook the hungry caterpillar, you might find old socks, and then use glue to put eyes on the socks. And when you read the story, get everybody to put the socks on their hand and pretend that their hand now is a hungry caterpillar because you have eyes there. And then you might have pictures of apple. So on Monday, the hungry caterpillar ate a red apple. Nyom, 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 nyom. So you go around with the red apple, and all the children need to bite the apple. So pre-reading means exposing children to stories, exposing children to storybooks, getting them to act out certain action in the stories. Those are all part of pre-reading. Pre-writing means, playing with Play-Doh, playing with sand in a big bowl of water, getting them to be active with their fingers, all the activities, sticking stickers. You draw wavy lines and you give them stickers, and they have to stick the sticking dot on the lines. That will improve their eye and hand coordination and arithmetics. Singing the numbers 1 to 3, jumping and counting the numbers, saying out the numbers, doing dance routine while counting the numbers, jumping on numbers, playing with bean bags and throwing bean bag on numbers. There are lots of activities that we can do for pre-academic. Okay, and then for academic skills, getting them to learn in a group, getting them to read and understand instruction. We've gone through this. I'll skip it because we have only 10 minutes left, and these are some, not totally exhaustive. Yeah, these are some of the skills, the tasks that you need to teach for vocational skills and for job transition. And how do we assess? The thing is that special educators, some of them that I have observed, when they think about assessment, they think that they need to act just like the medical and the health professional. They believe that they need to pull out the students and they need to do a one-to-one assessment. Sometimes you might have to do it in certain cases, but most of the time you don't need to. You can interview parents, or you can call them on the phone, or you can have a questionnaire that parents can answer. You can talk to past teachers who teach the children last year. Ask them, can I have the IEP files of each child? And then as they pass the IEP files to you, you can have a quick chat about the students. You can talk to the school staff. If you have a child in your classroom who is a runner or who is a darter, like boom, they'll be gone. You might want to talk to the security guard, because last year you heard that the child has tried to run out from the school compound through the school gate. You might talk to the security guard. What happened then? um, Making sure that the security guard knows this student, and making sure that the security guard know that if that child is escaping from the school compound, the security guard needs to stop him. And the canteen lady, there are various ways that we can gather information about our students. And of course, we have checklists. And I think at 10:45, when we get together, we'll go through a checklist, and we do observation, and we do probes. And checklist and observation and probes, we don't have to pull children out. We can just observe them while lessons are taking place. And that brings us to the question, when do we assess? Where do we assess? And I would like to share with you this idea of a naturalistic assessment. A naturalistic assessment means that you carry out the assessment during routines in school and during daily activities. For example, if you want to assess the children's ability to eat in the canteen during recess, then you can get your teacher assistant with a checklist, go and observe the child in the canteen. You can do that. So if you ask me, what are some of the skills that might need to be done in a one-to-one manner, my answer is mainly the cognitive and the academic skills. If the child has a good behavior, then you can teach them the constructs that you want to assess. And based on the teaching, when children are completing their task, then you can check whether the children can do the academic task that you want to measure. Okay, so this is what we mean by naturalistic assessment. When? The answer to when is during routines and daily activities. Where? In the classroom, in the field, in the hall, in the canteen, in the library. So when and where to assess. Right. Next, when we assess, we need to have checklists, right? We need to have checklists. We have 7 more minutes. So for maths, this is the checklist for maths. You do rote counting. Rote counting, when people don't understand what rote counting is, I always tell them, can your students sing 1, 2, 3? So it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's rote counting. They might not understand what 1 is. They might not know the value of 2, 3, 4, but they can say in sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then they can count objects. If you give them 5 circles, can they count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? If you give them a picture of 2 pieces of cakes, can they count 1, 2? So that is counting. And then, do they know the number? If you show them number 2, do they know that number, the name is 2? If you show them number 4, do they know that the name of that number is 4? So that's item number 3. Okay, no values of number. For children who are not verbal, one thing that I would like to remind you is that there are some children who are not verbal. They could have self-mutism. Is the system here that does not work, but the system here is working well. So don't think that children who are not verbal cannot learn. Don't think that you need to wait for children to be verbal in order for you to start teaching them. No, if they are not verbal, and if you want to assess whether they know the values of number 1 to 10, values of 1 to 10 means if you show them number 1, they know that number 1 corresponds to 1 ball. Number 2 corresponds to 2 pencils. Number 3 corresponds to maybe 3 shoes. Okay, so for children who are not verbal, if we want to assess them, and we can use picture cards. For example, you put a picture of 1 ball, picture of 3 balls, picture of 2 balls, and then you give them card number 1. Can they're not verbal, they can't answer you, but can they take that card number 1 and put on the picture card with 1 ball? You give them card with the number 2, can they put it on the picture card with the pictures of 2 ball? You give them a card with the number 3, do they know how that they are supposed to put the card on the card with the pictures of 3 balls? So you can still teach children, you can still do assessment even though they are not verbal. Okay, so that's basic math skills, and this is writing. Let me make it. Oh my gosh, it is too small. I try to make it too a little bit bigger and get yeah, here it is. Right. Okay, writing. I always start with scribbling. Just give them a piece of paper. Can they scribble? Some children who are low functioning, they can't even hold the writing instrument, the pencil or the crayon. Or if they can hold it, they try to scribble, but there's no markings on the paper because they don't know that they're supposed to push the pencil onto the paper, And then the next is, can they color within thick lines, color within medium lines, color within thin lines, and then trace. And the next step is tracing basic shapes, tracing pictures, letters, number, own name, tracing words, and then copying shapes, letters, number, own name, words, and then writing letters, number, own name, words, and then copying sentences and writing sentences. This is how we teach them. And if I show you, I bet it will say, "Doctor, can we buy the module?" And my answer will be, "Let me print them," because it is out of, wait, I think in order to do this, I need to stop sharing. Hang on a sec, I need to stop sharing. And I need to undo my background. Let me see. And you will see my messy room. Just for a moment, yeah. Wait, none. Ta-da! Here's my messy room. Okay, so this is the module, is a very old module. So we use the exact procedure, Oh, let me see. Let me just show you. So let me see. So we start with scribbling, and then coloring within thick lines, and then coloring within medium lines, and then coloring within, let me see, coloring within thin lines, because you have to start from the bottom, and then I forgot to, yeah, and then you go to tracing lines. You start with, I'm licking my finger. Okay, you
Like
start with,
connecting the dots, yeah.
yeah, you start with vertical line, and you start from the left to the right, and right to the left. And for low functioning children, you might want to have only 3 lines, and if they are still not able to do it, what you can do is you can shorten the line. You can shorten the line because longer lines are difficult. You can shorten the lines, and if that is also difficult, then you can put 1 big dot here and 1 big dot there, and teach them that they have to start from 1 dot to the other. And what we do is that when we prepare the teaching materials, we laminate it. We laminate the, let me see, we laminate it, we laminate it. And if you don't have a laminating machine, then what you can do is you use files, this kind of files. You put the exercise sheets in this file, or you laminate, and you use a whiteboard marker. Let me see if I have a whiteboard marker. You use a whiteboard marker and you get them to trace. Why with whiteboard marker? Then what you can do is just take a piece of white tissue, wet tissue, and you can rub it off. And this teaching material, you can use it every day with a lot of students, and usually this kind of teaching material will last for at least a year or so, and that will save your money from having to do a lot of photocopying. Okay, so this is writing, and then they trace basic shapes. Start with sometimes they start with just one shape, two shapes, and then slowly we move to the shapes get smaller, you get more with more shapes there. And then when you go to letters, just 4 letters in a page, not 10, not even 6, just 4. Why? Because if you put too many letters, then it's too difficult for them. And the letters, make sure that it's big in size, because the smaller the letters, the more difficult it is for them to trace. Again, this one, you either laminate it or put in a clear plastic files, and they can do the exercise with whiteboard marker, and you can rub off after they've done the exercise. You can rub off and pass it to other students. And then when you teach them writing, start with small letters, not big letters. When you talk to occupational therapists, they will say start with capital letters. I disagree. Start with small letters. Why? Because when you look at printed document, majority of the letters in the documents are small letters. You only use capital letters at the beginning of the sentence. So when you teach children how to read, you need to teach them how to read, you teach them how to read small letters as well. Okay, kan I said that if I show you this, you will ask me, I need to print it. It has been out of stock for years and years. So big letters, and it's only 30 ringgit. It's very cheap, no? And then the letters get smaller. You start with big size letters, and then the letters get smaller. Teaching reading, don't start getting them to trace A and then B and then C. No, you have to start with L. You have to start with O, and then maybe C, and then T, and then X, meaning you don't go alphabetically, but you go from simple letters, like O and L and C, T and X, to more complicated ones. Complicated ones would be like the letter K and the letter Y, okay? And then the same with numbers, start with big numbers, and then small numbers. And then after you have done tracing, you go to copying. So for copying, first you have tracing. They trace the line, and then they have to copy the line in the box. They have to copy the line in the box. Okay, that's copying. Kindly share your book to us, please. I need to print them. Okay, and wavy lines, copying wavy lines, and then you have this. And this is what we call this teaching strategy. This teaching technique is called scaffolding. First, you have the numbers, and they just have to write on top the numbers. Again, laminate or put it in a plastic folder, and then they trace this number. And over here is copying. So if you ask them to copy straight away, it will be very difficult, but you have models up here. This strategy is called scaffolding, where you make whatever task that they do, you make it easier. so that they can be successful. One tip that I can give you in teaching, oh my gosh, I have to, 10:34, sorry. So one tip, one tip about teaching children with disabilities, especially those with learning disability, is that when you teach them, make sure that 80% of the time they are successful. 80% of the time they are successful. Why? Because when they feel successful, then they feel that, hey, I can do it, you know. So in order to get them to be successful, you need to use a lot of the scaffolding technique. Again, I'm sorry, I'm here to talk about the IEP, not teaching strategies. If you want teaching strategies, tell SEAMEO SEN, this is campaigning, Sahila. Tell SEAMEO SEN that next year we want Dr. Asna to talk about teaching strategies, okay? Just to show you. Okay, right, and then you have the, you know, the same thing with the numbers. And then at the end, you have a checklist. You have the list of the items, and you have the checklist. You can write the date, and you can write the score 0, 1, 2. Okay, so it's very easy. It's very easy. Own name. Let's say let's say apa? The boy's name is Ahmad. So this is how you teach him how to write his name. First, copy, write. And to make it easier, sometimes what we do is here, there's 5 letters, A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have five boxes here, so that he knows that he needs to write 1 letter in each box. That is also scaffolding. Scaffolding is teaching children to be successful. I need to use the background because my room is very messy. I have teaching materials. Let me see. Let me show you. See, I have teaching materials here. I have teaching materials here. I have teaching materials here. I was teaching my undergraduate students, and I'm teaching. It's very messy. Once I go back to lecture on campus, I suppose I'll have to carry all of my teaching materials in a basket, I suppose. Right. So so we have maths. We have. Do you want to have a look at my maths module, or do you want to go for a break now? I showed you my writing module. Do you want to have a look at my maths module? Yes, no?
I can be patient, but another one, I don't know, because like I quite appreciated like the first day, then another people, I don't know that
Right. Okay, I see. Yes, yes.
Country.
Okay. So Hela, is it okay? We go a little bit. Is that okay? So Hela?
You mean we start our break late? We can start at 10:40 and we can 10:45 come back.
That's
late.
okay, yeah?
Yeah.
That's okay, Suhaila. So okay, let me show you my, yeah, right. So this is our maths. I told you just now, you start with counting, right? So what we do is we have this kind of, let me shut this off. Right. We have this kind of worksheets, you know, 3 ice cream, and you laminate it, and you give the child a whiteboard marker, and the child will go 1, 2, 3. When they count, it's a good idea for them to strike, because if you just use finger, 1, 2, 3, for 3 is okay, but when it comes to 8, hang on a sec. When it comes to 8, let me find a bigger number. When it comes to 8, then they might get, you know, if you use finger for 5, they might go 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. They make mistakes. So much better if you use a whiteboard marker. Tell them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then below they trace the numbers, so that they know that 5 object is represented by these numerals. Okay, then see, when you have 14, 15, that's, you know, that's why you need to do the striking off. And then let me show you, we also have, so they count 1, 2, 3, and over here 1, they have to write number 1, 2, they have to write number 2, 3, they have to write number 3. So another thing that we do is we laminate the whole piece of paper, and then we put Velcro, Velcro, Velcro. We buy buttons, and then we write the numbers on the buttons, and at the back we put Velcro, and we go Velcro, Velcro, Velcro. Okay, right. And then we also have, you know, we also have matching like this, matching like this. So one goes, you know, this is quite advanced. Like one fish is the same as one horse. 3 bowls is the same as 3 glasses. And 2 bicycles is the same as 2 motorcycles, you know. So for children with learning disabilities, you need to have a lot of material. So this is for the addition. So you have 1 onion, 3 onions, 3. If the child, sometimes when you want to teach maths, you need the child to write and count. Sometimes for some children it's too much. They cannot write and count at the same time. It's too difficult. So what we do is we laminate, we put Velcro, and then what they need to do is number 1, they take button with number 1, they stick it here. 3, they take button number 3, stick here. 1, 2, 3, 4, they take button number 4 and stick it here. Because sometimes for some children, just counting and writing at the same time is too difficult. So we also have something like this. Something like this. They count, you laminate, and they use a marker pen. They do the counting, and they decide whether it's 15 or 18. You need to have a lot of this worksheets for them. Okay, right. Let me. I think it's much easier for you to focus when I don't have my busy background at the back there. Okay, I think we can stop now. But I have not shown you the list for reading. Suhaila, can I have a few moments to share my reading?
Okay,
where is it? Programmatic assessment. Here it is. My reading. So I think this is the last slide. Yep. Oh yeah, last slide. So reading. My module of reading is not like the traditional module of reading. Traditionally, what people do is get students to be able to recognize letters A to Z, like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J to Z. And they need to remember that this shape is A, this shape is B, this shape is C. You know, that means they need to memorize. They need to memorize 26 names of letters. A, B, C, those are name of letters. And then after they need to memorize 26 names of letters, then they need to memorize the sound of the letters. A makes the sound A, B makes the sound B, C makes the sound K, D makes the sound D. So can you imagine? They memorize 26 units of information, the names of letters, and then they need to memorize another 26 unit the sound of the letters. So 26 plus 26, that is 52. They need to memorize 52 units of information, and they have not learned how to read. Correct? I disagree with this method. No, you have especially for children with learning disabilities. Okay, so my module of reading is that we start with for non-Malaysians, bear with me, yeah, because my module in teaching reading corresponds with the way our language sound. Okay, so we start with A, I, U. They don't need to know the name of the letters. They don't say A, I, U. They don't say A, I, U, because A, I, U are the names of the letter, but they go straight to the sound of the letters. They say A, I, U. And then next they learn M, Ma, Mi, Mu. So straight away we start combining m and m and e, m and mu. And when they say ma, they don't need to say this is m, this is a, and it makes the sound no. Just show them the letters and they go ma, mi, mu. So my reading module is totally different. So I think the reason why I share about the reading skills is because later we are going to write the IEP. We are going to use this for our for writing our IEP. Suhaila, I will pass this slide to you. How can you pass the slide to the participants? By putting it in the Google Doc, Google Doc, right?
We can put it in Google Doc, or we can email them as well.
Right. Okay. Can you do that? Can you do that by, say, by 11:30?
Yeah,
Can be
sure.
done, right? Okay. Right, during this break, I'll email it to you because you need to refer to the list when we write our short-term goals. Okay, everybody?
Okay.
So we can stop now, and it is 10:45, and we come back at 11.
We come back at 11.
Okay, then.
Okay.
We'll take questions later, yeah?
All right. Thank you,
Right.
Prof.
Bye. Take care, everybody.
And to our viewers on YouTube and Facebook, we'll have a short break, and I'll see you again at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Well, pardon, say, Dr. Hyla, after every session, like, can we get like the slide or attachment document, or and this all slide keep identified or not after like training session already?
Okay, well, it depends on the speakers. Some speakers, they give us in advance. They give us a few days before, and some speakers, they'll give on based on sequence of their presentation. So also based on their request. So Dr. Hasna would like to give this slide to us later, and I will share it in the Google Doc and for you to download. As for yesterday's teaching materials and slides, as well as for the third day, we will give to all participants all together on after the training has ended, meaning by Thursday or Friday, you'll be able to get all the training materials. But as for some required exercises or tasks or references, that depends on the speakers. So we will share, Dr. Asna will email me shortly this particular slide she mentioned. So I'm waiting for her to email. So once she email, I will share in the Google Doc, or I can share in the chat box as well. And so all of you can download it. Now, thank you, Mr. Chai Patana. Khop khun ka for asking. You're back in the office, or are you still at home?
Me, right?
Yeah.
I'm at office right now.
Okay, all right. Okay, teachers, let's have a short break, and I'll see you at 11. Thank you.
All right, everyone will be back.
Bye bye. It's nice. It's nice to see enthusiastic teachers here with us today. I would also like to share.
This meeting is being recorded.
I would also like to share that there are teachers who are asking link to our Facebook and our YouTube channel because they want to share with their friends as well as the parents of their students. So the parents and friends are able to watch on YouTube and Facebook. So thank you so much for that. I've shared with a few teachers who contacted me personally, and we appreciate that kind of support. And also, to all YouTube and Facebook viewers, welcome back. Also, welcome back to the teachers here. Okay, Dr. Hasna, are you ready?
So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum, everybody. Hello again. Let me just remind myself because I'm rather bad at time management. So we start at 11, Suhaila, and we'll finish at 1. Yeah? Yeah?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay, we have there are 2 documents that I want to share with you, and I hope 2 hours will be enough, right? So we just now we discussed at length about assessment, what should be inside the assessment tool, and where and when to do the assessment. So I would like to share with you one assessment tool that I translated from Malay to English. Boleh nampak ya, Suhaila?
Boleh.
Okay. So in terms of format for your assessment tool, it's okay. You can have it in any other way that you want, whether you want to have it in a portrait form or landscape form, whatever it is. But what is important is for you to have the data. Some people like to have their assessment instrument in the form of anecdotes. Anecdotes meaning they don't have scoring, they don't have the score of 0, 1, 2, but they just want to write, short notes. That is also okay, but my advice is, especially for those of you who feel that you are not good at doing assessment and you are not good at planning teaching strategies, maybe you are novice teachers, then I advise that you have a combination of both anecdotal notes and also a simple form of scoring. Why? The good thing about scoring is you can glance through real quick. Say, if your assessment tool is 5 pages long, each assessment tool is 5 pages long, and you have 8 children. That means for all 8 children, you have 40 pieces of papers that you have to go through, 50 pages that you have to go through. Then you might not have the time to read all the anecdotes. Then what is best for you is just to look at the score. If you flick through the pages and you see 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, you know that the child has not mastered the skill. And if you see a lot of ones and very few twos, again, the student is learning those skills, but they have not mastered it. So the scoring of 0, 1, 2 can give you a quick indication of where the child is at. And that is helpful when you have 8 children in your classroom. But I find that the anecdotes help as well because 0, 1, 2 just do not capture a rich data. So sometimes to make sure that the data is rich, and to me, if you ask me, because I'm old and I have a lot of things in my head, I have to think about my 2 special children, I have a lot of things happening in my life. Sometimes certain things about the students might just escape you, you forget it. So the anecdotes is good as a reminder, because some anecdotes can help you to plan better. Okay, so let's start with this assessment instrument. And I don't have time to share with you examples of an assessment instrument for students who's in the early intervention program, those in primary school, those in secondary school, those in secondary with low function, high function, primary school, low function. I don't have time, but I have time for just one assessment tool. But you need to bear in mind that the assessment tool need to suit your child. Because remember, my point number one is our children in the special classroom, they are very diverse. They're very diverse. Very rare do we find one instrument that can cover all the needs of our student. Okay, and I'm thinking that I'm going to show you this instrument tool, and I'm going to ask you if there are anything that you think we might add to the instrument tool. Okay, right. So again, this is the name of the special education unit, PPKI Sri Laksamana, and the title of the form, student assessment instrument. The name of the student is Ryan, class 2 Pluto, and the date when you did the assessment. Let's say if you did the assessment, it took you the whole week, then you can write 20th January till 25th January. So it's okay. Just write whatever dates that you took to do the assessment. Okay. Now this boy Ryan, he's in the secondary school. He's in the secondary school and he has Down syndrome. He has Down syndrome. Do we need to write his diagnosis in the assessment tool? The answer is no. Details about him should be in the IEP form. Now, this assessment tool is an appendix. You don't have to show this tool to parents. If you ask me, do we need to show? My answer is no, because the IEP document which we share with parents, we control the language. We make sure that the language is more positive than negative. But with our assessment tool, sometimes we have to write the condition, the level of the child as it is. And we might write something that might make parents feel uncomfortable. For example, when we talk about behavior, one of my teachers made a mistake. When she was talking to a parent during meeting, she was saying that, Aiman still have some destructive behaviors, and we need to work on his destructive behaviors. And a few times she kept using the term destructive behaviors. And you know what? As the meeting goes by, the teacher was not that sensitive. As the meeting goes by, the facial expression of the parent darkened and darkened and darkened. To the teachers, the term destructive behavior is just a technical term that explains that this behavior does not hurt other people, does not hurt the individual himself, but disrupts the flow of activities. But for parents who are not familiar with the technical terms, to hear teachers saying that my child is destructive, the teacher repeated it 4 or 5 times, and the condition of the meeting went worse and worse and worse. And at the end of the meeting session, the parents were upset. The parents spoke in high rising voices, So we have to be careful with the IEP, how we write it. We have to be careful with how we share information with parents during the meeting. But the assessment instrument is something that we need to be honest with. What are the issues? So my advice to you is, even if parent asks for the instrument, don't share with them. That's my advice, okay? Because if you share with them, then they might find faults with you. They might find faults. If you write a lot of negative things, then they might say, oh, my child does not have these negative behaviors at home. Why are you reporting that my child, why are you jotting down in the assessment tool that my child has a lot of negative behavior? They forget sometimes that at home, you only have one child with disabilities, but in the classroom, you have 7, 8. So the situation is, the environment is different. Okay, right. So information about the instrument, and start with scoring. I like to use 0, 1, 2. 0, 1, 2. When I was the director of Genius Kurnia, for behavior, they use 0, 1, 2, 3, if I'm not mistaken. So 3 is for positive behavior, 2 is for negative behavior, 1 is for disruptive behavior, and 0 is for aggressive behavior. I told the teachers I don't like that. I prefer 0, 1, 2, but the teachers insisted they want 0, 1, 2, 3. And sometimes, it's sort of like we got stuck when we discussed because of this 0, 1, 2, 3. So my advice to you is use 0, 1, 2. 0 means that your student is not able to do the task, and need full assistance. When we say full assistance, we mean physical prompt, or we mean full prompt. Maybe you need to do hand over hand to get him to do the task. So for this kind of level, we give the score of 0. For the score of 1, the child is able to do the task, but is not consistent, and also needs certain amount of assistance, like visual, verbal, gestural prompt, or the child needs demonstration. So if the child still needs a little bit of help, then the score is 1. But if the child is able to carry out the task consistently and independently, then you give the child a score of 2. Very simple, right? 0, 1, 2. So if you flick through a child's instrument, assessment instrument, and you see a lot of zeros, that means the child is not able to do a lot of things, very low level of functioning. Ones means that he's beginning to learn, but has not really mastered. But if you see a lot of 2s, you know that the child has a higher level of functioning. So as I said, teacher, if we need to do paperwork, if we need to do documentation and stuff, make sure that it is really simple. Okay, right. So as I said, so Ryan is in Form 2, Year 2 secondary school. That means he is 14 years old, okay? Let me write there 14 so that we remember, okay? But you don't need to write the age in the assessment tool, because personal details, they are all in the IEP, right? Okay, so we start with the learning readiness skills, going to the toilet, behavior, compliance, completing tasks, doing activities in small group. And for basic communication, we put 2 scores instead of 1. There are 2 items instead of 1. Number 1 is able to follow instruction. Teacher gives instruction. Is the child able to follow it? And number 2 is the child able to communicate his own needs? Okay, the score is 0, 1, 2. Going to the toilet, 2, that means no issues. Behavior, 1. And when you write 1, and when you provide space for you to write anecdotal notes, that is helpful. Because when you write the score 1, you know that the child's behavior is not perfect, but not perfect in what way? So you write some anecdotes there saying that sometimes Ryan would stay frozen. He would freeze himself, not move and not say anything, and he would stay away from others when he feels insecure. So sometimes it's difficult when teachers say, okay, Ryan, we'll go to the cooking lab, and he'll just stay there and not do anything. So that is a challenging behavior that the teacher faces. Okay, so compliance, not a problem. Most of the time he is compliant, but when he is insecure, then you have that behavior. Okay, right. Compliance means that he is able to do it. Okay, but we put 1 for behavior, because we classify that issue where he acts negatively when he's insecure under behavior. Completing task 1, because he is only able to complete 1-step task. If there's 2, then he's not able to complete task. If you say that, okay, Ryan, cut out the pictures and glue it to the paper. So there are 2-step instruction. Step number 1, cut out the pictures. Step number 2, glue it to the paper. Then he will not be able to do it. He's only able to do 1-step instruction. And for students who are 7, 8, 9, ability to follow 1-step instruction, I will give them a score of 2. But for students in the primary, for students in the secondary school, if they can only follow 1-step instruction, then I will only give 1, because they are 14, they should be able to do 2 and sometimes 3-step instruction. Okay, so doing activities in a small group, he gets a score of 2. Basic communication 1, because again, only can follow 1-step instruction. Communicate own needs 1, because he tries to say what his needs are, but his articulation is very poor. Individuals with Down syndrome usually have thicker tongues. I'm thinking if Puan Yasmin is here today, Puan Yasmin, be ready, yeah, because I need your help with communication. The second part, I will call you and I might ask you some question. Yeah, I hope Puan Yasmin is here. Because of his poor articulation, it is difficult to understand. So for learning readiness, what we do is we list out the skills that makes up learning readiness. We put a column for scoring and a column for anecdotal notes. Okay, then next we go to domains of development. We start with gross motor, and we can put some simple tasks there: walking, running, jumping, going up the stairs, throwing a ball, catching a ball. And he only got a score of 2 for walking. The rest, he got a score of 1. And his movement is very slow due to his obesity. So he's obese. So when we do sports, when we ask him to run and catch a ball, he's not able to catch a ball because he's obese, and therefore he is not that agile. Okay, right. And then for fine motor, we put some functional fine motors like zip and unzip, buttoning, using the Velcro, tracing letters, writing words. For zip and unzip, he got a 2, buttoning 1, because of his poor fine motor. Using the Velcro 2, tracing letter, he can trace letters, but he cannot write letters. He cannot write words. Writing letters is 1, and writing words is 0. For writing letters, he only know how to write letters A to E. Okay, let's have a look at this fine motor. When we ask students to write letters and write words, that does not only include fine motor skills, but it also include cognitive skills. There's a possibility he cannot write letters and he cannot write words because of his cognitive skills and not because of his fine motor. So that is something that we need to process. Okay, because sometimes we classify certain tasks in one domain of development, but the same task can be also in another domain, like writing letters and writing words. It can be in fine motor, but it can also be in cognitive, because to write letters and words, he needs to know how to what does A means what. For example, if the teacher give him a piece of paper and say that write A, oh, he knows A, so he can write A. But when the teacher said write V, oh, cognitively he only knows A to E. So when you ask him to write V, he cannot write it. So is that data for fine motor or data for cognitive? You need to be aware of that, okay? Because it is actually in both fine motor and cognitive skills, okay? Right. Adaptive, going to the canteen, attending the assembly, no problem. Dressing and undressing, he gets only 1. Putting on and taking off socks, he get only 1. Putting on and taking off shoes, he got only 1. And anecdotal notes there, slow in dressing and dressing, taking off and putting on shoes, socks. He can do them, but he takes a very long time, much slower as compared to his other friends, okay? So that's why he got a score of 1. Okay, social skills, the items that we have here is being together with friends, he got a 2. Playing with friends, he got a 2. Taking turns, he got a 2. However, in the section for notes, the teacher noted that there have been a few cases where Ryan was teased by typical peers in the school. You know, I want to talk about this. A friend of mine, his son has autism, and he was teased, and I think we can classify it as bullying because it was really bad. Teasing is just like, okay, 1 or 2 words and just, you know, it doesn't last long. But the teasing lasted for 15 minutes. The typical peers were just taunting, and I think we can classify it as bullying and not teasing. So the parent took video because it happened near the gates of the school. His son was waiting for him to pick him up in the car. So my friend from his car took video of his son being bullied. So the next day, my friend went to see the teacher, the special education teacher, the classroom teacher, and showed the teacher the video and said that my son was bullied yesterday. And the teacher responded saying that, I'll say this in Malay, then I'll translate it to everybody. Ya. Cikgu tu kata, alah encik, budak-budak memang macam tu lah cik. Budak-budak ni, bab musik-musik ni memang hari-hari lah, memang kita memang tu biasa lah. Okay, so when my friend went to complain about this bullying that his son faced, the special education teacher said that, oh, you know, that's normal. That's what children do. That's what boys do, you know, and it's part of a schoolboy's life, you know, and I disagree with that. I believe that a school is where individuals learn respect, learn good behavior, good manners, and learn to be empathetic. If you don't want to take serious actions like, you know, getting the details of the typical peers, calling the parents, if you don't want to do that, because if you think that takes too much of your time, then as a special education teachers, you need to either talk to the discipline teacher, or you need to go and look for those typical peers and say to the typical peers, semalam kan, let me say this in Malay ya. Semalam kan cikgu tengok kamu mengusik Aiman. Lama juga kamu cikgu tengok. Cikgu nak ingatkan ya, jangan buat macam tu lagi. Like gently advising the typical peers, gently reminding them not to do it again. I think that's the very least that you can do, right? Rather than just sweeping the issue under the carpet. I need to talk about this because we want our students who have special needs to be able to take care of themselves, and we also want the typical peers to learn to be empathetic towards their special friends. Okay, so that's the input with regards to social skills. And then for communication, Suhaila, can you Suhaila, can you ask Puan Yasmin the speech language therapist to put up her hand
Okay.
because I would like to get some input from her. Puan Yasmin, are you here today? Puan Yasmin, are you here today? If you are,
raise your hand.
while Suhaila is looking for Puan Yasmin, there's a question from Nur Atika. Doctor, may I know how to write this rubric? We just write according to our conference, our curriculum, or is there other reference? What rubric, Nur Atika? What rubric are you talking about? Can you type there explaining what do you mean by rubric? Then I'll answer your question, yeah? Ada tak Puan Yasmin?
What is her full name? Because I don't see her.
Yasmin Binti. Does anybody know? Is it Yasmin?
Yasmin in the chat box.
There's no Yasmin?
There's no Yasmin in chat.
Maybe she has.
Yeah,
maybe
we'll get in touch with her.
Right. Because I would like Puan Yasmin, who is a speech language pathologist, to give input about the items that we have for communication. So remember, Ryan is 14 years old, and we tested whether he knows how to. We don't say no 50 object, but instead we say label, because label means we show a picture to him. Say we show him a picture and we ask, Ryan, what is this? And he said, apple. Ryan, what is this? He says, train. Ryan, what is this? Oh, book, you know. So we want to check whether he knows 50 objects. And knowing 50 objects and able to label 50 objects, that is actually a level for children age 6 and 7, and he's 14 and he is not able to label 50 objects. He only got a score of 1. And 10 adjectives, you know, big, small, fat, thin, tall, short. He does not know 10 adjectives, and he does not know 20 verbs. He knows some, but not all. So he gets a score of 1, 1, 1. Follow instruction, yes, he gets a score of 2. Communicates needs, a score of 1, because as I said, his articulation is very poor. He tries to say something, but we cannot make out what he is saying, or we can barely make out what he is saying, you know. And also for asking questions to get information, he gets a score of 1. Right. For emotional, demonstrate appropriate emotion, he gets a score of 2. Emotional regulation, whether he can control his emotion, gets a score of 1. And resiliency, if he fails, if you ask him to try again, he will try again, so he gets a score of 2. Now the note for emotional regulation, I wrote there in Malay, cepat merajuk, because I don't know how to translate this into English. So Haila, do you know how to translate that into English? Cepat merajuk means he is easy, ticked off. Can we say ticked off? But ticked off sounds like he gets angry, don't you think so?
Merajuk means
I say easily
talking, right?
gets ticked off. Anybody wants to offer any suggestion for cepat merajuk?
Talking, yeah. Easily.
It's such a
Merajuk
cultural.
is talking, but we hardly, because
Right.
it's so different and
Yeah, it is. It's quite difficult to translate to English, right? It's something like this. Let me just demonstrate. Say,
turn off. I would say turn off.
Also not the accurate one. Let me give you the participant an example. Say say Ryan is coloring. Ryan is drawing picture coloring, and teacher said that, oh, time is up. We need to put away all our color, our crayon, and our drawing paper. And he's still, you know, enjoying drawing. And teacher said, Ryan, put away your teaching materials. And he got not angry, but he gets, you know, upset, and he gets his emotions sort of like, you know, like, oh, you're not treating me well, that kind of thing, you know. So he gets that. That's why for emotional regulation, he gets a 1, because he merajuk. whenever a teacher did not give him anything that he wants, he gets that. Very difficult to explain. It's a cultural thing. So Suhaila and I, we translated it as easily gets ticked off. Okay, so that's why he gets a 1 for emotional regulation. For cognitive, we go to pre-academic, matching object to object, object to picture, picture to picture, classifying objects, classifying pictures. He got all of them 2. So for pre-academic skills at the age of 14, he gets a full score. Let me check the checkbox. Yeah, let me check the checkbox. Oh, sulking. Okay, right. Oh, okay. Okay, so let me put there. Teachers in Malaysia says that merajuk is sulking. Okay, I take that. I think sulking is better than easily ticks off. I'll change that, yeah. Thank you, teachers. And I will take 1 minute to read Teacher Atika's. Teacher Atika. Oh, okay. Because I think Teacher's Atika. Oh my gosh. So is that her answer? My mouse is going wonky. Suhaila, so Teacher Nur Atika's answer is for example, adaptive, how to write the indicator. But Teacher Nur Atika, the indicator is just 0, 1, 2. 0 means he really cannot do it. 1, he can do it, but inconsistent or he needs help. And for 2 means he can do it consistently and independently. So that's how you write the indicator for the scores. Now, are you talking about the task that we're talking about? Like, for example, emotional, demonstrate appropriate emotions, emotional regulation and resiliency. Is that what you're talking about, Cikgu Atika? Yeah, the task. Yeah. So you're not talking about the indicators, you're talking about the task. Right. For the task, I'm answering Teacher Nur Atika's question because it's a good question. For the task, you need to know for the learning readiness is quite easy because my list for learning readiness is toilet training, behavior, compliance, completing tasks, group activities, and basic communication. So those tasks, I made those up because from my experience teaching children with autism, if your children have those 6 skills, they can do all these 6 tasks, then it will be so much easier for you to teach because they are ready to learn. No behavior issues, no issues in focus and all that. But for domain of communication, I'm answering Teacher Atika, a very good question. For domain of development, you need to know, for example, I'll give you a good example. For example, fine motor. For example, fine motor. So we know that for fine motor, it's all about using the fingers. And for fine motors, you have fine motor tasks that is not functional. For example, can the child take a button and put a thick string through the button? Or can the child take a drinking straw, a short drinking straw, and put a soft wire through the drinking straw? Can the child take I'm looking for materials around here. Let's say if you have a container. Let me see. I do have a container. 1 second, yeah. Let's say if you have a container, okay, this is actually a cup. Let's say you have a container and you have small balls or ping pong balls, or you have buttons, or you have ice cream stick. Can the child take the ice cream stick and put it in the cup? If the cup has a big mouth, then it's much easier, right? So for beginners, we'll start with containers with big mouth, so it will be easier for them to put the ice cream stick, to put the ice cream stick. It's so much easier. And when they can put the ice cream stick, that means they have good eye and hand coordination. What we can do is we can find a bottle with a small, with a smaller mouth hole, so that it becomes even more difficult. So slowly we make the task more and more difficult. Now, for example, over here, most of my teaching materials, now I have to show you my messy room. Hang on a sec. Right. Okay. So most of our teaching materials, we just use things that you can recycle, like tissue boxes, and you put nice, wrap it nice, and then you just use ice cream sticks, or these sticks you can buy from a craft shop, or you can buy from stationery shop. So what you do is you just cut small hole there, and what the child need to do is put the stick into the hole. Put the stick into the hole. Right. So what is the difference of putting ice cream stick into a container with a big mouth, and then you move to a container with a smaller mouth, and then you move to a teaching material that has like a really tiny hole there? So that's how you teach. You start from something that is easy, and when a child masters that task, you move it to something more difficult. You raise the level of difficulties for the task. And if you like, then what you can do is you can use the task that you use to teach the children into the assessment tool. That is why I say that, remember the very first slide that I showed you, I said that for diagnostic assessment, medical professional and psychologists, they use standardized instrument. They buy this instrument. This instrument sometimes can cost 5,000 Malaysian ringgit, sometimes cost 3,000 Malaysian ringgit, sometimes cost up to 10,000 Malaysian ringgit. So the instruments come standardized, everything is there with the testing material and whatnot, you know. But for teachers, we use curriculum-based assessment. So if you are talking about fine motor and you find that your child is not able to write because your child does not have eye and hand coordination, then you have to start teaching them how to put items into containers. And you start with containers with big mouth, and then you move to smaller mouth, and then you move to a really small and tight hole. You know, therefore the three steps, the three steps, that is putting ice cream sticks into a container with big mouth is step number 1. Small mouth is step number 2, and small holes is step number 3. And you can measure where is the child right now. So for example, I find that teachers Atika's question is really good. For example, I don't want to go back to the PowerPoint. It's too difficult. For example, I have to. I think I better, yeah. Okay, let me stop sharing. I need to stop sharing, and I need to go back to the slide. Where is the slide? Have I switched it off? Behavior intervention. Yeah, I have switched it off. Okay, hang on a sec, yeah. Because we have finished with the previous slide. Oh no, sorry. Wait, hang on a sec. Wait. Sorry, give me some time to find, because I thought we're done with the slide. I shouldn't shut it down. Right. We need to go back. Because actually teacher Nur Atika's question is very important. All right, we go back here. Oh no, not that one. This one. Bismillah. Oh yeah, now it's open. Oh yeah, okay, right. And then I go back to Zoom. I go back to the green arrow, and I go back to programmatic assessment. This is what I want to show. Okay, the reason, teacher Nor Atika, I showed you this. All right. Okay. So when I mention curriculum-based assessment, it means that the assessment is based on what you want to teach. Let's say if a child is, beginning to understand maths, so the first step that you need to do when you want to teach the students maths is rote counting, and then the next step is counting object. And then the next step is they need to know the name of the numbers, and they need to know the value of the numbers. And then only you can start with addition. Even with addition, you start with addition of 1 digit within the total of 10. Means 1 plus 1, 2 plus 1, 3 plus 2. That the total does not exceed the number 10. Okay, and then when they have mastered it, then you move to addition of 2 digits within the total of 20. So you make the number bigger, and then you can go 2 digits within the total of 50, within a total of 100. You can increase that, but once they understand the principle of addition, you can start with subtraction. So you can teach them subtraction within the total of 10, and at the same time you can get them to do addition, 2 digits, 3 digits. Okay, but this is how we teach maths. So therefore, the items in our module here, we can take them and put them in our assessment tool. Okay, and that is for maths. For writing, these are the items that we can put in our assessment tool. Okay, for example, let me stop sharing and let me stop my virtual background. So for the writing module, we have a checklist at the back of the book, so it's in Malay, everybody. So we have all the items, and then we put it in a box here. So what teachers can do is just photostat this checklist, and then from time to time, teacher can do a formative assessment, write down the date, and check whether the child can do the item or not. Okay, so this is how we measure progress. And therefore, the items in the module, the items in the curriculum, we put it in the our assessment tool. So everybody, are you all okay? Are you all okay? Any other question? Right. So the question here is, do you have that module? If you don't have that module, then it will be very difficult for you to write the items in the assessment tool, right? Bear in mind that question. We are going to move to the vocational skills, then we'll talk about these issues again, yeah? Right. Give me a second. Oh, 11:44. I'm trying to be mindful of time. So we are at Ryan's assessment tool. Let me open that again. Okay. So these are items within our modules for communication. So we take out the items, we put it here. For emotional, I shared with you the 4 elements in emotional skills. And then cognitive, this is again from our module. And then for writing, because we found when we check his fine motor, we found that he is not able to write words. So for writing, we put in extra items for the task. Okay, so extra items in the assessment: copy alphabets 2, trace alphabets 2, trace words 2, trace words. Okay, write the alphabets 1, Write simple words, 0. A lot of information. There is a lot of information there. There is a lot of information there. Who wants to make comment about this domain? You can learn a lot from this domain. What can you get from this domain? What can you? Anybody wants to write a comment? Don't use your microphone. Just use the chat box. Anybody want to make comment about the result from Ryan's writing assessment? Anybody? No? Okay, let me make my comment. It seems that his fine motor skills is quite okay. Fine motor skill is quite okay because he can copy the alphabet, he can trace the alphabet, he can trace words. But remember, when it comes to dressing, unzipping, he was okay, but dressing, undressing, taking off socks, taking off shoes, putting on socks and shoes, he was slow. He was slow. So there are some issues with fine motor, but if you look here, copying the alphabet, trace words, when it comes to tracing, he has no problem. So his fine motor is not that problematic. But when it comes to writing the alphabet, when it comes to writing simple words, which has the elements of cognitive skills, writing has elements of cognitive skills, copying and tracing, you don't need to think, you just trace, you know. But writing, you need to remember, you need to retrieve from your memory box. What does A look like? What does B look like? What does V look like? With writing, he gets a 1 and a 0. That means his problem is not so much with his fine motor, but his problem is more with his cognitive. And he is a boy with Down syndrome. So you know, so what about typing using iPad? Teacher Shahrul, in Malaysia, it's very rare that you find gadgets in the classroom. Most teachers don't want gadgets in the classroom because they find it very difficult to control the classroom when they are. But this is what I get from some teachers, because I have one friend who has a son with cerebral palsy and he has problem writing. So the parents say that can I equip my son with an iPad or with a laptop so that he can write using the laptop? And the school said no. I don't know about other parts of the country, but the school said no, because the school said it's too much of a responsibility to take care of the gadget, which I think is actually sad. But what we can conclude from this is that Ryan has more issues with cognitive rather than fine motor. Okay, right. So let's move on to maths. Okay, he's 14 years old and knowing numbers 1 to 20 gets 1 because he only knows number 1 to 10. Knows value of numbers 1 to 10, he get 1 because he only knows value of 1 to 4. And for additions of single digits, he gets a 0. So at the age of 14, can you tell me, should we target him for pathway to college or should we target him for vocational training at the age of 14? Please answer. College or vocational training? College or vocational training? Vocational training. Yes. At the age of 14. There is no way at the age of 14 we can, you know, work very hard, brush him up, pull him up to par so that he can go to college. I don't think so. I don't think so. Now, having said that, we are focusing for him to do vocational training. Having said that, do you think we have to stop teaching him how to read, write, and do arithmetics? Stop or don't stop? Stop or don't stop? The answer is stop or don't stop. Yes, don't stop. Why? Because he will be in school when he's 14, 15, 16, 17, and some children, they will stay in school till they are 19, 18, 19. So 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. He has 6 more years. He has 6 more years in school. And if you teach him systematically, I think he will be able to learn how to read. Okay, listen. My judgment is he has 6 years in school, and if he gets a good teachers, within 6 years, he can read basic words and sentences. Why do I make that judgment? Why do I say that I think he can learn to read by the time he leaves school? There are 2 answers to that. Why do you think I believe that he will be able to learn how to read? Anybody? And my answer is based on the previous data that we have discussed. Think about it. Anybody wants to answer? Yes, very true. Life will be more meaningful. But why do I have the confidence that he will be able to read, even though he's already 14? Why? And the answer is in the data that I have discussed. Oh, improve in older age. Well, if we work hard, it will improve. Look at the assessment tool that we have discussed. Let me show you. Let me show you. There are 2 answers to it. Okay, so the reason why I'm confident that he will be able to read is, number 1, he's 14 and he can stay in school till he's 19. So there is something like 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 6 years. He has 6 more years in school. And number 2, please have a look at this. His pre-academic skills, he got 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. He get full marks for his pre-academic skills. So that means even though his level of cognitive is low for a boy who is 14, but it is not too bad, because he knows how to match correct object to its pair. He knows how to match object to picture. So he has good, he can differentiate. So he has some great power here. So what you need to do is, if you have a very good module, and I've shown you my maths module, I think he can read and he can do simple maths. Okay. Now, if he is 14 and for pre-academic skill he gets 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, my advice to the teachers is to forget academic, reading, writing, and arithmetic. Focus on pre-academic skills activities. Do more activities of matching and classifying and stuff. Get that solid before you move to reading, writing, and arithmetic. Okay, right. I think we need to move faster. Okay. Okay, then I see a very good answer. I'm sorry. I see a very good question here from Teacher Rose. Teacher Rose is from Brunei, and she asks, what about his working memory? What about his working memory? Now, working memory, Teacher Rose, I find it quite tedious for teachers to measure. It's rather tedious. You can measure it, but it is quite tedious. There are some items, say, you have 4 cards. You have 4 cards. 2 cards with a picture of an apple, and 2 cards with a pictures of bananas. And you flip the card upside down, and you ask him to open one card. He opens one card, is an apple, and he has to guess which card is the apple. So if you remember, actually the card is the one top right hand corner. He flips it open, then you can test his memory, and you can increase the number of cards to 6 to 8 to 10 to measure his working memory. But I find it tedious. And also you can use this strategy to test a working memory. You say, Ryan, I will say the number and you will repeat it after me, okay? 7, 4. Please repeat and he will say 7, 4. Okay, very good. 2, 9. Repeat, please. He say 2, 9. 8, 2. Repeat, please. He says 8, 2. Okay. Memorizing two-digit numbers is okay for him. Then you move to the next part. You say, okay, teachers will say some numbers. You repeat, yeah? 5, 4, 1. Repeat, please. 5, 4. And you cannot remember. So that is one of the strategies that you can do to measure students' working memory. But most of the time, Teacher Rose, I don't measure working memory at all because I believe that it's tedious. And I believe that if you measure the pre-academics matching and all that, because there's certain elements of memory in matching and in classifying and also in copying. So we don't need to do the tedious exercises for working memory. So that is my answer, okay? Right. And you might disagree with me. Right. I think we are not doing that well, everybody. Oh, wow. It's already 12 o'clock. Wow. We're in trouble here. Right. So this is for writing and this is for maths and reading. He knows the name of the alphabets. 1, because he doesn't know A to Z. He only know A to E. And sounds of the alphabet, he only knows that A makes the sound R, B makes the sound B, and C makes the sound Ch. That's all. He doesn't know up to 26 letters. And reading 10 combinations of consonant vocal. KV here for the non-Malaysian, K stands for consonant, V stands for vocal, vowels, you know. So KV means ma, mi, mu, ka, kiku. He is not able to read that, so he gets a score of 0. So you can say that he is not even a beginner reader. His reading skill is almost 0. Okay, so that's for reading. And cleanliness and personal hygiene. Okay, again, I really like Teacher Nur Atika's question. Like for cleanliness and personal hygiene, where do we get the items for that? My advice, my answer to you is that you can read books. There are a lot of books talking about what are the constructs you need to add in for certain domain, and this is the cleanliness and personal hygiene domain. And this is my list: shower, brush teeth, groom hair, toileting skills, how to care for their bodies. This is my list. You might want to add more, and if you can suggest, doctor, I think you need to add this and that, I might agree with you, but currently this is what we have. And if you don't know how to come up with the task, read a lot. You can read books on child development. You can buy books on assessment. If you go to Kinokuniya, Kinokuniya is a name of a very well-known Japanese bookshop in Kuala Lumpur, and there is an online, international online bookshop called, if I'm not mistaken, is Book Depository. Book Depository, but it's very expensive to buy them. And my advice to you, if you don't want to spend money buying books, everybody, the richest place to get information about teaching children with special needs online is actually in Pinterest. For some reason, I found that American special educators like to share their teaching materials and instruments on Pinterest, and some of them, they will show you the instruments that they have, they'll show you the teaching materials they have, the worksheets, but when you want to download, it will say TPT, something like that. Teachers pay teacher, means that you have to pay a few dollars to get that version, the soft copy version. My advice to you, and it's really very fussy to bank in money and all that. I don't know. I'm in my 50s. I find it very difficult. So what you can do is go for Pinterest for information and go for Pinterest for inspiration. and finding out the list. And you can also Google up, go to Google and write youth with special needs personal hygiene skills, and there are some websites that they share this list. Okay, so those are the places that you can have. Now, about cleanliness skills, the boy is 14. You have to start that, because by the time he is 17 or by the time he is 19, he will be working. And for him to be able to get a job, he need to have good personal hygiene. You have to be a clean person, you know, like no dirty nails and all that. So we need to have a list. The question is, do you teach personal hygiene skills in school? The Malaysian special educators, I'm not familiar with the DSKP, the teaching standards. Do we have personal hygiene in our DSKP? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. So yes, so the answer is yes. So if the answer is yes, would it be possible for us to take items from the DSKP or from the Malaysian teaching standards and put it in your assessment instrument? Yeah. Okay. So that's good. That's one thing solved there, right? You can just copy paste for your assessment instrument. And since you are going to get Ryan to be cooking, to go into vocational, so the teacher has decided that the vocational pathway that Ryan is going to go through is cooking. So the teacher, you know, preparing to teach Ryan how to cook, has a list here. Now, before I go further ahead, Malaysian special educators, do we have a list for cooking skills for special students in our DSKP? Yes or no? Do we have a list? Cooking list? No. Teacher Gerald say no. Anybody else? I would have thought that there would be, you know, you do your SKM Tiga and all that. You don't have a list. So far I only get an answer from Teacher Gerald. Anybody else? Ada tak senarai SKM? Yes. But Teacher Gerald say SKM yes. My DSKP no SKM yes. For the non-Malaysian, these are sources for special educators prepared by the Malaysian Ministry of Education. So I'm asking them. So let me ask you a question, and maybe Teacher Gerald can answer the question to me. You don't have the list of cooking tasks in the SKP, but you have it in SKM. My question here is, the list of tasks for cooking in the SKM, do you think it's something that low functioning students like Ryan can follow? The SKP Asas Masakan. So we have the SKP Asas Masakan, which is learning standards for basic cooking. Students like Ryan, can they follow? Do you think Ryan can follow the list of tasks? Teacher said yes. Do you think you need to modify the list? No, Atika said no. With guidance, yes. We have to modify. We need to modify. Okay, I accept that. Modifying is a good idea. So I don't know. I'm sorry again. I'm not that familiar with DSKP Asas Masakan, but this is the list that I have for cooking. So number one is kitchen safety with hot pots and fire safety, then kitchen safety with sharp utensils, and how to prepare meats and food safety, because with meat, if you're not careful, you can have food poisoning. And then how to gather ingredients. Say you're going to make an egg sandwich, so the student needs to know that he needs to go and get bread, he needs to get mayonnaise, he needs to get eggs, and he needs to get a bowl, and he needs to get a spoon, gather the ingredients and the utensils. Okay, and then cutting, you know, after you boil the egg, you need to chop up the egg so that you can put mayonnaise so that you can spread the sandwich, right? Cutting, measuring the ingredients, washing the ingredients, following a recipe, using the stove, using a microwave, and using an oven or air fryer, washing the utensils, and how to store food. For me, my personal list is that. And if you ask me, Dr. Hasna, where do you get the list? For your information, by July, I told you how my eldest son, Muhammad, who is 27, he has been at home for 2 years because of the pandemic. In July, we are going to start a new center for him. I told you, right? And so me and my team, we are preparing a curriculum for a module for adults with autism who are low functioning. We're going to have a module on how to cook and how to do gardening. Okay, so what do you think of my list? If you compare it to the SKP and SKM3, do you think that this list is quite a good list to teach low functioning children? Okay, teacher Siti says the SKP is not detailed. Okay. Okay, teacher Safura says similar to basic cooking in the SKP. Right. Teachers, because 1 second, yeah. One second, everybody. Some housekeeping at home, everybody. So you think that my list is quite good? Do you think that I need to add more? I'm picking your brain here so that I can use it for my center. Okay, right? Okay. Yeah, the answer is yes. They say that it's more comprehensive. Teacher Nur Amirah said more. Yeah. Okay. So if you say that my list is better than the DSKP, this is my advice to you. For young child, and this is also for Ryan, who's 14, whose fine motor is not very good, whose ability to follow instruction is not very good. So the list must be suitable to Ryan. So here is one point that I want to make, especially to the Malaysians. For the non-Malaysians, if you are puzzled, what is the thing that Dr. Hasna is talking about, the SKP on that you can ask question, okay? Ask question by typing, not using the microphone. So my point here is that in Malaysia, you have the curriculum for special education, and then you have a curriculum for SKM3. SKM3 is a curriculum for vocational, and it's not just for people with disabilities, it's also for typical people. So some teachers, they started using this for high functioning special education kids. So you have our national curriculum, you have the special education curriculum, you have the module for SKM3, and then you have the items in DSKP. So you have quite a few resources for cooking. But you know what? Even though you have the resources, you don't have to use these resources exactly like that. You need to modify. Modify to what? Modify to suit, in this case, modify to suit Ryan. You know that Ryan doesn't have a high level, cognitive level. You know that Ryan, receptive understanding of language. He can understand, he can follow instruction, but verbally he's not able to express himself well. For completing tasks, he can only follow one step, not two step. So overall, Ryan is quite a low functioning student. So please, you do not have to follow the DSKP, the SKM, the two curriculums to a T. Tak perlu tiru bulat-bulat. You need to make it suitable to your student. And when we say that, a lot of Malaysian teachers will comment to me, will make a comment saying, but doctor, if we don't use the resources provided by the Malaysian Ministry of Education, won't we get into trouble with the school inspectorates? Adakah jemaah Nazir akan marah kalau mereka datang? They are very concerned about the school inspectorates, you know. The school inspectors, they will come from time to time, so that the special educators are worried that, you know, the inspectorates will ask them, why are you doing this? This is not in the SKP. This is not in the curriculum. Why are you doing that? So you need to say that for special education, the teachers have the right to modify the curriculum according to the need of our students. There, Teacher Gerald's comment is spot on. But a lot of special educators are scared. They are so scared of the school inspectorate. They are so scared of the principal, the headmaster. You don't have. Do we create different assessment tool for each pupil? My answer to Teacher Shanti is that, folks, we're running late, but I keep getting good comments and good question here. Teacher Shanti's comment is, do we need to? The answer is yes. But usually what we do in our PPKI, in our special education unit, is as much as possible, we group them in classes according to their level of ability. So in one classroom, for vocational skills, you might have some students that have a slightly higher level of vocational skills as compared to others. But you know what? The skill is not that, the gap is not huge. So therefore, even though they are at a different level, they can still use the same constructs. So technically, the answer to Teacher Santi's question is yes, you need to produce instrument that suits the student. But when we group students of the same level in one classroom, then basically we can use one assessment tool to for the whole classroom. Okay, right. Yes, Teacher Sunatika's comment is correct, is spot on. What else? My mouse is really wonky, you know, and I'm having quite difficulties. Yes, okay. Right, okay.
Are you okay, Doctor?
Yeah, I'm just checking that we are not doing that. Okay, we are quite behind, so I have to move faster. But we're having like good discussion. So yeah, we have good discussion. I like the fact that the teachers are so interactive. The teachers because I have to admit though, my area of expertise is more for children 8 and below, teaching them basic reading, basic maths and all that. My expertise is not for children in secondary school, high school. So I'm learning a lot from the teachers as well. Okay, right. And we also want to teach Ryan cleaning skills, you know, cleaning skills. So for cleaning skills, we have washing plates, cups and spoon, the utensils, wiping the table, sweeping the floor, wiping the kitchen counter, washing the kitchen cloth, watering the plants, making the bed, and throw away garbage. And for your information, my son Abdullah, who's 16 and has autism, his score for this list will be 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. For Muhammad mostly will be 0, 0, 0, even though he is 27 years old. So don't worry, everybody. This handout, Ryan's assessment tool, I will WhatsApp to Suhaila, and Suhaila will share it with you. Okay, so I'm going to move to, and I'm going to do that now. I'm going to email it to Suhaila now, because for our next part is already 12:14. Oh my gosh, we have 45 minutes. Quickly. I will close this down. And Suhaila, I am sending you via WhatsApp now, yeah? And can you please share with Okay. Right. I'm going to WhatsApp it to Suhaila now. And if Suhaila can share it with everybody. Suhaila told me that Puan Yasmin is with us. I hope Puan Yasmin will stay with us at 2 o'clock because I'll need to have Puan Yasmin join us for discussion, yeah? Right. Okay. I have sent it to Suhaila. Somebody needs to switch off their microphone. So Suhaila, that assessment tool for Ryan just now, I have sent it to you via WhatsApp. If you can get Mastura to email it to the participants, because you know what we're going to do now. I am going to open a blank. I'm going to open a blank IEP document. Admin, can you switch off the microphone of that person? Dah? Suhaila, can you switch off the Dah? I need to hurry because we still have a lot of things to do. Right. So Suhaila will email it to you now because what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a blank IEP form and we are going to fill it up now. So teachers, can you open the assessment tool for Ryan now? And we will fill up the blank IEP form together. So I know that his name is Ryan Azlan and his age is 14. His age is 14 and the rest I think we can fill up later, just some of the more important things. So he has Down syndrome and yang ni late for the second section we can fill up later. Now here, let's fill this up together. Okay, you can comment in the chat box. Okay, let's do it together. For toilet training, what shall we write? Can we write Ryan has mastered this skill? Is that okay? Hello? Shall I start first? Shall I start first and then you jump in? Right? Let me see. Right. Okay, let's go. So I have the chat box open. So behavior, what is the behavior? What is the behavior? Look at the list. So Haila, have you shared it with the participants?
Yes, I've shared it with the participants. I've shared in the
Google Doc.
I've shared the link. Yeah, I've shared the link in the chat box. I'll share again. Those who have missed it. So earlier on, so you can go there and have a look.
So teachers, you can have two windows open, one for the Zoom and one for the list. So for behavior, what should we write? Behavior. When, alamak dia suka jadi bold lah. Tak apalah When insecure, Ryan freezes and stays away from others. Senang kan? Shall we do it together? Compliance. Can we say compliance? We can just say no issue. Let's see. We started filling up this IEP form at 19 minutes past 12. Let's see if we can fill it up by 1 o'clock, just to show you how easy it is. Okay, so no issue. And then task completion. Okay, task completion, I'm going to give you the opportunity to give me the sentence. Anybody? I'm waiting. I've written the first 4 sentences. Anybody? Anybody wants to try? So task completion, he got a score of 1, right? Can you check? He got a score of 1. Why does he get a score of 1? He got a score of 1 because he can only do 1-step instruction. Yeah. So for task completion, we can say that he can only, let's put it something positive, okay? Or maybe we can add something nice here. And we say that, so that when parents read, parents feel good, we can say Ryan has no major behavior issues. And we can add something more, to make parents feel good about this. And right, he is a cheerful and friendly boy. Can I add that? Okay, people are scrambling to get the file. He can complete 2 tasks at one time. Teacher Gerald, we are not writing long-term goals. We are reporting students' current level of performance. For students' current level of performance, what we need to do is we need to refer to the assessment tool. We need to take the information from the assessment tool and transfer it to section 3. Okay, and then later, based on section 3, based on the information in section 3, we will formulate the learning objectives, long-term and short-term. Okay, so for behavior, we write something nice. He has no behavior issues, and he is a cheerful and friendly boy. But, and then after 2 positive statements, we write what is the issue there. When insecure, Ryan freezes and stays away from others. Compliance, no issue. Compliance, no issue. Task completion, maybe we can say something positive here. We say that he works hard when given a task. Which is true, right? You know, that's his personality, even though he is low, but he works very hard. And then that's the positive statement. The negative statement you say is that currently Ryan can complete tasks from a 1-step instruction. Remember when we say that Ryan cut the picture and glue it on the paper? He cannot do it. Instead, what he did was that he just cut the picture, but he doesn't remember. He doesn't know what he's supposed to do next. Are you guys okay? Have you gotten the instrument for Ryan just now? Because nobody is joining me to write. So come on, something very easy. Come on, Teacher Rose. Teacher Rose from Brunei. Yeah. Teacher Maria, I will give you the blank IEP form. Suhaila, did I share it with you yesterday? The blank IEP form?
Oh, yesterday IEP form, you did not share it yet.
Okay. So don't worry, Teacher Maria. Suhaila, you will remind me to share the blank IEP form, yeah?
Okay.
Right. So what I want you to do now is to open the file with Ryan's assessment tool, and together help me write the section 3, current level of performance. Can we do that together? Don't switch on your microphone, just through the chat box. Cikgu-cikgu di Malaysia, dah boleh buka ke? Cikgu-cikgu Malaysia, cikgu-cikgu Brunei, Indonesia, dah dapat file tu, dah boleh buka? Dah boleh buka?
Masih downloading, sekejap ya.
Okay. Right. I don't get the file.
I shared Puan Siti Aisyah. I've shared it in the chat box. It's there.
Scroll up.
Yeah,
Scroll
in the
up.
chat box and also in the Google Drive. So it's which one is convenient to you? You can just download it there. You share it.
Teacher Ahmad Syamil, can you open the file? Can you open the file? Okay, dah dapat. If you get the file and you can open it, please inform us, yeah. Please inform us, yeah. Okay, so for those of you who can open the file, look at data for his group work. So what should we write here for group work? What score did he get for group work? 0, 1, 2. Which one is that? Can somebody answer 0, 1 or 2? 2. Okay, so 2. What can we say? He has no problem working in a small group. Very good. No issue. No problem working in a small group. Can we rephrase that? Teacher Rogaya has no problem. Can we rephrase it to make it sound even better? We can say that Ryan works well with his friends. Kan? Phrase it so that it sounds beautiful. Ryan works well with his friends, and we can make it sound even much better, which is his true personality after all. He can share, and take turns. So we elaborate. He can share and take turns with his friends. So we know that in the assessment tool, it says 2. Okay, Ryan can help to, okay, we can say that. I like Teacher Sheila's point. Ryan can help to get, but instead we can say Ryan or he can work together to complete. I was about to say to accomplish, but the word accomplish is too sophisticated. Keep the language rather simple. To complete group tasks. Okay. Make sure that you write nice things about the work together with, make sure that you write nice things about the child. Find good things to write about him. Don't, we understand that we need to identify the child's need and weaknesses, but we don't need to highlight. Okay, we don't need to highlight. Okay, done. So basic communication, he got a 2 for ability to follow instructions, right? So for following instruction, what we can do, it really bugs me that my sentences are in bold. But to unbold is going to take a lot of time. Later you unbold, okay? When we complete this form, I'll share it with you, and then you unbold and everything. So basic communication, the first thing that we need to do is we need to talk about his ability to follow instruction, kan? Okay, I'm sweating here. Rather, okay, so he can follow instructions, or you can say that he can follow teachers' instructions well. Okay. Okay. And then when it is only given step by step. Okay, I'll use that. That is teacher Hudaniza. Yes. Right. He can follow his name. However, we can say however, the instruction need to be clear and given step by step. Very nice. Very nice. You're doing well. You're all doing well. Okay. About communicating his needs. Oh yeah. Teacher Asus, he can follow instruction with guidance. I like that. You can add that as well. And how about the one about communicate his needs? What do you say? Oh, difficult to understand. Is there something nice, difficult to understand is rather negative. We can put that as the second sentence, but the first sentence. Any ideas, everybody? Any ideas? Poor articulation. Poor articulation is negative. Something positive. People, where is my... I love that. Teacher Hudaniza, you are excellent. Ryan tries his best to communicate. Yeah. Ryan, or we can say Ryan enjoys communicating with his friends, and tries his best to communicate. Okay, can you all? Tries his best to communicate. However, shall we write he has poor articulation, or should we write he has challenges with his articulation? Which one is better? He has poor articulation, or he has challenges with his articulation? I think the second one is much better. Rather than pointing the poor articulation, we say that he has challenges. Okay, right. Okay, so however, he has challenges with his articulation. Now, the word articulation is rather mouthful. Is there a way are there any words that we can replace articulation? If you know that Ryan's parents are white collar workers, lawyers, doctors, teachers, engineers, then you can use the word articulation. But if Ryan's families come from a low social economic status, then maybe using the word articulation is not a good idea. Let's think, how can we change it so that we can avoid using the word challenges to express himself. I like that, teacher Shani, but explain it to the teacher, to the parents. Okay, let's try. However, he has challenges to pronounce his word clearly. Okay, let's use that. To pronounce. If the parents have a high SES, use articulation. With low SES, so you see, when you write the IEP, not only you need to know the level of the student, but you also need to know the level of the parents. Okay, so however, he has challenges pronouncing his words well. I think I like that better. Okay, I like that better rather than using the word articulation. Okay, one section down. Next, motor skills. Think about motor skills. Think about motor skills. What are we going to write for motor skills? In the meantime, can you give me a 2-minute break? Okay, I'll be back. Think about what to write for the motor skills. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I can only eat at 1 o'clock. I'm glad things are working well. Thanks. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So any ideas for motor skills? What do we say about motor skill? Has no problem with his motor skills, right? let's write something positive. We can say that Ryan can can run and jump, can run and can run, jump, and walk up the stairs. Walk up the stairs. Walk up the stairs. We can talk about a slow movement. Okay, slow movement with 7 new messages. Right. Okay, Ryan can run, jump, and walk up.
Penilaian 30 hari bulan.
Okay, so Ryan can run, jump, and walk up the stairs, and then we can say that, however, his movements are rather slow. Okay, right. Find motto. Find motto. What are the things Ryan enjoys? Okay, I take it. I like teacher Genevieve's Ryan enjoys physical activities. Yeah. Okay, I like that. Ryan enjoys physical activities. Teachers, you all can do it. He can run, jump, and walk. Okay, let's move to find motto. To find motto. What can we say?
He can
Pedro?
grab something.
We can take exactly from Ryan. Ryan can handle zips, buttons, and Velcro. Well, he can. Though he is rather slow in dressing, undressing, taking off, and putting on socks and shoes. Okay, right. Now, do you want me to I think basically you understand how to write this section, right? Can we skip, because we only have half an hour left? So you know what you need to do. What you need to do is all the information that you get from the assessment tool, you transfer it to section 3, which is the current level of performance. Now, can we skip the rest, because I find that you know how to do it? Can we skip the rest and under section 3 there is specific needs. Now look at Ryan's. I'm skipping the rest because I think you know how to do it, but let's have a look at specific needs. Look at the assessment tool. What can we say about his specific needs? Let me give you a clue. I think that there are 2 major concerns there in the assessment tool, which is specific to Ryan, that we need to handle. Anybody? Anybody? Go through it again. I'm going to give you time. I'm going to give you time, even though we have 20 minutes left. Attention from teacher Amiza. There are 2 things that we need to address. 2 things. Anybody can guess? Shall I count to 10? And if you can't guess, then I'll give you the answer. Team Philippines. Any answers from Team Philippines? Team Brunei, Indonesia, writing, enhanced writing skill. You know, writing, we can write that under the long term and short term goals. But there is something that is under section 3. Your cooking skill, cleaning skill, that can go in section 3. But there is something that is specific. Let me write it down. Number 1 is his obesity. Did you pick that up? There are issues with his obesity. Yes. Okay. Teacher Afifah say yes. Okay, what's number 2? What's the other specific issues? Look. It's there. I give you a clue. Look in the anecdotal note. And I was talking at great length about it just now. Anybody? Speech focus, that we can put that under the under the current level of, we can explain it in section 3, but specific needs. Anybody? First is issues with obesity, which is causing him to move very, very slowly. And the second one, I'm going to give you a clue, starts with the letter B. Look, starts with the letter B. Anybody? To me, it's a big issue. BU. Come on, BU. The word, it starts with, yes, teacher Mai Salama, bullying, not mere planning, bullying. There are elements, we picked up elements of bullying there. And we need to put it in there. When you put it in there, when you talk about the child being bullied, parents might get angry. So therefore, the way we write it, we must write it in a way that we are not just mentioning it as, okay, Ryan is getting bullied. That's it. I'm just mentioning it. No, but the way we write it is, we write it there because we plan to help him to overcome it. So how can we write it? In Malay we say, dengan berhemah. In English we say with tact. How do we write it with tact? Any idea? Let's start with obesity is also something that parents might not like to read. So how do we write it? Maybe we can write it this way. Although Ryan enjoys physical games, physical activities with his friends, comma, with his girlfriend, with his friends, comma, he moves rather slower, slower when compared to his peers. What do we say about the obesity? Anybody? Obesity. So can we say that teachers worry that without regular exercise, his movement might not improve. So we have voiced our concern, and we did not have to mention the word obesity, though during your discussion you might want to discuss with the parents. We noticed that during recess time, Ryan eats 2 plates full of rice rather than 1. We wonder, you cannot say your child is fat, you need to put him on a diet. So we go in a more strategic manner. We say that, ma'am, during the recess time, we noticed that Ryan would buy 2 plates of rice and his friends only buy 1. So we wonder whether you want us to tell him that he only need to eat 1 plate. So you have to be very tactful when you talk to parents. And then you wait and see Would parents open up about dieting? Would parents open up about their worry about obesity? And you need to gauge, and you need to say that if they are open about it, then you say that, oh, what we can do is we can keep track of his weight. Maybe we can ask him to be weighed, to go on the scale once a week. And if you worry that we are body shaming him, then what we can do is we can weigh all 8 students in our classroom. We are concerned about Ryan's obesity, but we don't want to body shame him. So we say that, okay, every Monday we'll weigh everybody and write down their weights in teachers notebook. Because obesity, you might think that, Dr. Hasna, I'm not a dietitian. That is not my problem. You need to discuss it, because don't be surprised that by the time he is 15 or 16, he might get diabetes because of his obesity. So I'm not saying that you have to go and do a degree in dietitian. Just, weigh the whole class once a week, and then just make sure that every day talk to all the teachers and say that, first period every day, we want the whole class to take 15 minutes to do physical exercise. So let's say the first period is Malay language. Then the Malay language teacher will have to take 15 minutes and get the students to walk around the field or walk around the hall. On Tuesday, if the first period is mathematics, then the maths teacher need to allow the kids to take 10-15 minutes to go walking. And you might want to have a further discussion with the physical education teacher. Okay, so let's move on to bullying. What do we say bullying? Any ideas, anybody? Awareness about sedentary behavior, I know, but sedentary behavior, those are really big words. Okay, bullying, what can we write, folks? Bullying. We don't know whether we have afraid of being frightened by peer. Maybe we can say that teachers have noticed several incidences where typical peers have been teasing Ryan. Been teasing Ryan. And been teasing Ryan. We believe that we need to teach Ryan how to handle these uncomfortable situations. And we will also have a campaign in the school to increase empathy towards our special students. How is that? Do you think it's okay? You will also have a campaign, respect and empathy, yeah? RESPECT. How about that? Okay, yeah? For those of you whose English is not your first language, you can write all this in your language, okay? Right. This needs a, yeah. Okay. So we come to the difficult part and we only have 11 minutes. Suhaila, I think we will stop at 1 o'clock. We will stop at 1 o'clock. We will start at 2, and I think I'll take 15 minutes so that we can finish the list of learning objectives. Okay, let's not waste our time. Look at look at the evaluation, no, look at the assessment tool, Ryan's assessment tool, and look at section 3, what we have written. What are the learning objectives that we need to work with Ryan? Don't worry about the SMART principle, being specific, being measurable. Now we just brainstorm, just throw what is it that we need to do. Okay, let's have a look at the learning readiness. Toilet training is fine. Compliance is fine. Completing tasks, there's issue about more than one step instruction. Do you agree that we need to have one objective on following more than one step instruction? Do you agree? Everybody, do you agree? It's okay. First round, we just throw our ideas. Later, we'll improve the sentence so that it reflects the SMART principle. Okay, so there's something about being able to follow more than one step instruction. What else? Behavior, okay. Articulation. Pronunciation needs to be clearer. Pronunciation needs to be clearer, and I think after at 2 o'clock we'll get Madam Yasmin, who is the speech language pathologist, to help us with this long-term objective. Okay, pronunciation needs to be clearer, because I'm thinking that, do we want to work on his articulation, or do we want to get him augmentative communication, get him to communicate using cards? Anything else? Everybody, this is very important. Anything else? Improve in physical activity. Yeah. The physical activities. So I'll just write physical activities will make the sentences better. Up the bullying, yeah. We need to write one target on the bullying. What else, everybody? Bullying. So I think we're done with learning readiness. The domain, gross motor, fine motor, not a problem. Writing, right? Writing, right? Oh yeah, writing skills. We have teacher Zarina there. So writing skills, let's just write writing skills first. What else? Reading, yeah. We have reading. Maths as well, right? Maths. We need to have something on maths. There's already 7. Anything else? Oh, the sulking, yeah, the sulking or being frozen. Yeah, okay. I still don't know what to write about it, teacher Afifa, but okay, we'll write about the sulking, how to overcome it, improve cleaning and kitchen skills. Okay, right. Something about kitchen skills, and something about cleaning skills. Okay. Can we stop about at 10? Emotion. What about his emotion, Dr. Teacher Nozlim? What can we say about the emotion? About the sulking, right? Yeah. So Teacher Nozlim, emotion is at number 8. Look at learning objective number 8. Okay, we have it there. Shall we start with, shall we stop with 10, or do you think we need more? Anything else, everybody? Anything else? I think we can start. We can stop with 10. Completing tasks. Completing tasks. Okay, I'll take that. Completing tasks. Where I'll put it somewhere between kitchen skills and sulking. Completing tasks. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Teacher Afifa said that's enough. He's quite low functioning. He's 14, and we have 11. Later we will improve it. We have 6 more minutes. Shall we take something simple and something simple that we can write nicely in 6 minutes. Which one would be easy? I think writing would be easy. So what does it say about his writing skills? So he can trace, he can copy, but he cannot write. Yeah. So what we can do is for his writing skills in 6 months, he can trace. What is it? He can trace letters. He can. Which one? I think for writing in 6 months, we can say that, or we can put it up here, everybody. We can put it up here like this. And we say that by June 2022, Ryan will be able to there. So, following more than one step. Can we say follow 3-step instruction? Will be able to follow. 2 is too little. Do you want to write follow 2-step instruction or 3-step? Make a decision. You know, Ryan is at that level. We have 6 months. 2 steps or 3 steps? Oh, teacher Huniza say 2. Anybody else? Right. Oh, Gerald said 2. If another person say 2, then we'll go for 2. Okay, you said 2. Okay, right. So what we can do, teacher Elnor, what we can do is that January 2022 to June 2022, we target that he will be able to follow 2 steps instruction. And then from July to November 2022, he can follow 3 steps instruction. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, follow 2 steps instruction. Right. Okay. Now, number 2, we'll keep it for 2 o'clock with Madam Yasmin. Now, physical activities. By June 2022, Ryan will be able to what? Anybody? We're talking about stamina as well, right? We're talking about stamina. We are talking about you can say what, you can say by June 2022, Ryan will be able to participate in Zumba for 15 minutes. You can do that. It has to be the first round we threw ideas, we brainstorm. Now we need to make it smart, specific and measurable. Run at least 100 meters. Join. I like teacher Rose suggestion. Run, join physical activities for 10 minutes. I think I'll do that. Okay, Ryan will be able to not join, participate. I think participate in physical activities for 20 minutes. Very nice. Thank you, Teacher Rose, for 20 minutes. Okay, right. Bullying, anybody? Bullying. Can we save bullying? We have 2 more minutes. Can we save bullying to 2 o'clock? How about maths? Should be easy. By June 2022, let's do maths. By, we say maths. I think we better stop here.
Yeah.
So let me highlight the ones that we have done. Okay, so the one that we have done, I'll highlight it in yellow. Where is it? Yellow. Where is yellow? I cannot get yellow. Oh, yeah, yellow. Oh no, not the whole thing. I'll do it later during our 1 hour break. I'll highlight the ones that we have done. So we have, let me see again. We have 11 learning objectives. We have finished 1, 2. So we have 9 more, and I think we can finish it at 2 o'clock. So let's stop here. After lunch at 2 o'clock, we will complete the long-term goals. and then we will do one or two short-term goals, and then we'll go into group work. Is that okay with everybody? Is that okay with everybody? I'm sorry for your group work. I think I need to steal 15 to 20 minutes to finish our long-term and our short-term goals. So I'll stop here. I'll pass the floor to Madam Suhaila. And, I hope that the exercise that we have done from 9 till now has been beneficial to you.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Prof. So, okay. Thank you so much, Prof, and to all the teachers who have been engaging and contributing their ideas and thoughts. It's very fruitful discussion, yeah, Prof, on day 2 for the first and second slot. And I don't want to take more of your time. We should all go for a break, and we'll come back at 2 o'clock Malaysia time. And to our viewers on Facebook and YouTube, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow. Prof, any last word for the YouTube and Facebook viewers?
Have a good rest. I think you all have worked very hard, cognitive-wise.
Thank you, Prof. So thank you to our Facebook viewers, YouTube viewers. I'll see you all tomorrow, our day 3, and to our teachers, take a good rest and come back with more energy, more ideas, more